where I was posted as a Quality Assurance and Standards Officer and stationed at Kibwezi. 2009, I was deployed as a District Education Officer in charge of a newly created district then, Lamu East District in Lamu County. I worked there for 5 years, and then 2014 I left Lamu County and I went to Mwatate Sub-County in the same position. In the same year, in September, I was recruited as a Chief Officer in the County Government of Machakos. I started off as a Chief Officer in charge of special programs in the Office of the Governor, later deployed as a Chief Officer in the Department of Water. Had a short stint as a Chief Officer in the County Secretary's office, in charge of special programs for around 6 months. Then eventually I landed in the Ministry of Education, where I stayed for all the years until I left Machakos County. In Machakos County also in the year 2018, I served as an acting county secretary in charge of the public service and also secretary to the county executive committee members for a period of 6 months. And also, in all those areas, or rather in that assignment as a chief officer, I was an authorized officer and also the accounting officer of the departments where I worked. Then later, I got back to the Ministry of Education because that was on secondment. I was deployed back to Taita Taveta. I'm currently the Sub-County Quality Assurance and Standards Officer for Undanyi Sub-County, or Taita Sub-County. So that is the work experience. I've also taken other courses. I have taken a course in Strategic Leadership and Development Program. Offered, it was a training number 113 of 2017. I took it at the Kabete campus. Generally, it's about strategic management, issues about corporate culture, issues about leadership, etc. I also did a course in senior management course also, course number 10 of 2011 in Matuga campus. Also, aspects about management, about governance, leadership. The training prepared me for that. Then in 2018, 2019, I took an international training in gender mainstreaming, which was done by the Swedish International Center for Local Democracy. The training took me to Sweden for some studies, and also we did some comparative studies in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, later graduating in Kenya in 2019. I've also gone to numerous workshops on aspects of procurement and supply chain management, issues about performance management. And as a chief officer also in Machakos County, I was in charge of training of our ECD teachers. I organized training together with KICD, specifically on the CBC. And it's a training that ran for 2 years. It was a cascade system where we would train the ward ECD coordinators, and then they will cascade it to the zonal, to the ward level and train the teachers. I'm also a trainer of trainers with a program called KPLP, Kenya Primary Literacy Program, mounted by the Ministry of Education, supported by USAID. I'm currently the lead trainer for Makueni County. The purpose of it is just to look at the literacy levels of our teachers in grade 1, 2, and 3. I'm also a trainer with the Teacher Service Commission on the retooling of our junior school teachers, so that they can understand the concept of CBC and be able to align themselves with the pedagogy that is being advocated in CBC. To give back to the society, I have accepted to be a member of BOMs of several schools. I was a BOM chair of one school for 2 consecutive terms, that is in Mwala Sub-County. and 3 others in my own sub-county of Kangundo. And also, for the entire period, I was at Machakos County. I was representing the county in the County Education Board. Essentially, it's the CEC education who should sit in those committee. But there were about 4 CECs I had in that department. They all gave out my name to represent them. And in the CEB, I was also the chair for the school registration committee, which I think they had. They took me in because of my background in quality assurance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask Linda to ask you some questions. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, Mr. Kilonzo, the IEBC requires a diversity of skills among its members. And apart from your professional, expertise, what else? What other skills, what experience, what competencies do you bring to the table that will assist you in the execution of your mandate in the event you're taken up as a member?
Thank you. As I've described, I've been in management. My training is about education administration. And administration is a skill or a training that is transferable to any other department that we might head, because the principles or functions of management are universal. So one, I bring my experience in management to the IEBC. I've forgotten to say that I also interacted as a polling clerk. I was a polling clerk in the year 2002. And the elections for 2017 and 2022, I also participated as an observer. 2017, I was appointed by the Council of Governors and I was an observer. And in 2022, appointed by the Youth Agenda as an observer. So I have been able, being an observer means I toured very many polling stations. I was able, if I saw something that was not going on right, I was able to have a conversation with the presiding officers and generally understood the whole process of voting. So I bring in the managerial aspect and bring in the fact that I know, I have a lot of knowledge in what happens in IEBC. I bring in also that aspect of being a trainer of trainers. In IEBC, there is an issue of voter education. And that's something that I have a passion to. Because as a quality assurance officer, again, where I observe teachers in class as they teach and advise them on how they can upgrade their pedagogy so that the learners can understand. That experience gives me a lot of leverage as far as advising on issues about voter education, about stakeholder engagement is concerned. So I think those, what I've done so far, can prepare me adequately for this assignment.
Now, the environment in which IEBC operates in an electoral cycle is a high-stakes, high-pressure environment. Now, in your career journey, what experiences have prepared you to work in such a high-pressure, high-stake environment, such as the one for IEBC? And if you have had such an experience, share with this panel. Thank you.
In my journey as a district education officer, maybe I'll give one example where I was in Lamu East and there was a problem that we had in some schools. A problem where those times we call them the school management committee, a chair who was very powerful, a chair who had contravened all the policies of the Ministry of Education. And I remember discussing in the district education board, and I went to the school and investigated. It is true that he was contravening the policies of the ministry, and it was even true that he had also overstayed. He had done more than 2 terms. So the decision was made that he should be removed. And one thing that I remember is that there was political interference. He happened to be a friend of a powerful person. So I was called and told that I needed to postpone that particular meeting. Because in the meeting, he was also, the fellow was also contesting. But here it was, I have a duty to perform, but there are other powerful people who are interfering with the process. And because the person who was interfering was not the Minister of Education or the Assistant Minister then, but in the same level in another department. And of course, we had exhausted all the channel, we have done the investigation, and something needed to be done. Because there's no way we could allow somebody to contravene the policies and then continue to hold such an important position. So I informed the DC then, and I was provided with the security. Went to the school, and of course read out that so-and-so does not qualify because of ABCD. There was almost a riot because the person was very popular. But I stuck to my guns. I disqualified him. People walked out. But eventually, when they realized I was serious and I was going to conduct the elections in the absence, they streamed back. And we had a new chair. So those are the issues. And also in education, I've had so many incidences where schools are rioting. And I've been able to contain those situations. If you go to where I work, when there is such tense issues in a school where there is a contestation between the parents, the community, and maybe the principal or the head teachers, in most cases they'll tell you, send a daktari. They call me so. And things will work out. With time, I've come up with those keys of conflict resolution. And I think I can do well. Whatever the conflict is, I've been able to find a solution, of course, guided by the laws that are there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kilonzo. Thank you, Chairman.
Caroline Kituku, please ask some questions to the candidate.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Muthama,
Yes.
The IBC is one of those independent commissions under Article 249 of the Constitution. The Parliament and judicial and the oversight bodies that play a critical role in ensuring the IBC operates independently while being accountable. What is the role of Parliament in reinforcing the independence of IBC while ensuring accountability?
Good question. Thank you, Madam. IBC is an independent constitution or rather commission. But again, we must understand that independence also needs also to be checked, because if left unchecked, it can also become a rogue commission. And that's why there are those checks and balances where now the Parliament and also the Parliament comes in. So, and when we know that there is even that requirement that the IEBC should making a report to the President and also to Parliament on its operations on a yearly basis, so that they can be able to scrutinize what the IEBC is doing and be able to advise. So I believe those checks and balances are extremely important, because when they are there, then it will mean that the IEBC will continue to better its systems, its structures, because there is somebody who is critiquing it. And we know that Parliament will always have an interest in the IEBC, because the members of Parliament are put in through a system, or rather a system that is supervised or refereed by the IEBC. So it is a critical role that Parliament should take very seriously, so that any weaknesses they have witnessed with the IEBC, they should be brought out. And then the IEBC, of course, they should take those criticisms of advice and then input in their system. Because the idea is to get better, to do better as a commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Madam Koki to ask some questions. Please, Koki.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dr. Muthama.
Yes, Madam.
We have had mostly The question I want to ask you is on political campaigns.
Yes.
And the fact that there is very little regulation. We know that the IEBC, under the Act, they have the Electoral Code of Conduct, which political parties and candidates and independent candidates sign to comply. But we have seen since 2002, when the ECK then had actually enhanced the implementation of the Electoral Code of Conduct and was fining candidates. And you recall quite a number of candidates were fined and they were forced to pay the fine. But now it's free for all. And so it's difficult, and it is even worse because of the different types of media platforms that we have. So given the opportunity to go to IEBC, what would you do to regulate the campaigning within the framework that the IEBC's mandate lies?
Thank you very much, Madam, for that question. It is true that the political campaigns in Kenya are a bit chaotic. And one of the things that has happened is the enforcement of the different legislations that have been there, the Election Act and also Election Offences Act, all those that have been put in place to check on the political players and how fair the campaigns are. There is a laxity in the implementation, and especially when you look at the political campaigns, the funding, the resources they use. In the last election, still, the IEBC was unable to declare on how much they should spend. And so it has been a free-for-all. In most cases, those who are well-oiled, who have more money, get the seats, not because they are quite competent. So in my own observation, how we can regulate, one is enforcement of the existing laws, because I believe we have enough laws that can control the political campaigns. Yes?
Focus on how?
On
how to enforce the laws, how to implement the code of conduct.
Yeah, one is using the parliamentary, the liaison committee with the political parties. We would meet and talk about what needs to be done. And of course, all the other agencies that are mandated with enforcing that particular law, I think we'll bring them on board so that the laws start to bite. And when they realize that they are biting, of course, they will then change the way they are doing. So it's about talking to the political parties on the importance of enforcing these laws and why the laws are important. And not only the political parties, all the players and also the voters, educating them. And then after that, all the bodies that are supposed to enforce is liaising with them. And of course, being consistent when you start enforcing, so that you don't get accused of being partisan. If X did A, B, C, D, and this is what was done, then it should apply to B, it should apply to every other player. So enforcement, fair enforcement, and of course, that consistency will help in removing the practices that happen during the political campaigns, and also enforcing that issue about the capping on the expenditure so that we can regulate.
Thank you very much, Daktari, and all the best. Chair, thank you very much.
Invite FCPA to ask you some questions. Tanui, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Kilonzo.
Yes, sir.
The IEBC has adopted the committee structure and delegated oversight in the governance of the commission. So there are various committees, and one of them is HR committee. Now, there have been concerns at IEBC through the audit report that there are payroll integrity issues at IEBC, where staff who have exited the commission are still being paid. They are still on payroll. And there are no reconciliations being done. Using your experience as an authorized officer and accounting officer at Machakos County. How would you help the commission to address those concerns? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think those are issues that are all over. I think also there was also some indication that there are some fellows who had got employment in the IBC using fake certificates. So as an authorized officer, you know that I may not have, I don't need to have a degree in HR, so that...
Please note that you will not be an authorized officer,
Yes.
neither will you be an accounting officer. I've said, using your experience,
Yes.
how will you help the commission
Yes.
through the committee structure
Yes.
to address those concerns?
Yeah, I'm saying, for instance, if I have, I will have a colleague who will be in charge of that particular committee. And if such concerns come up, I think we have, of course, there's an aspect of engaging professionals. First, because that's the bottom line. One is getting the right people for the job. So is a guy in charge of HR at the IEBC having the right qualifications? So I will very much emphasize on qualification, because in the years, or rather in my practice, I've realized that if you get the right person for the job, then you solve a lot of problems. You almost solve almost 90% of the problems when you get the right person. Then again, are the structures working? Because why is somebody still on the payroll past the age when he's supposed to exit? So what is the problem? So we would, I would advise my colleague on what we need to do so that they strengthen the system. By the time you get 60, in the public service, by the time you are even a year before, they start alerting you that you should prepare to leave. So why is the system not even doing that? So I would very much advise my colleague that we need to strengthen the structures, get the right people, and also not entertain these partisan issues that so-and-so is my friend, he needs to stay longer. And also have a good program for those who are retiring. Prepare them to exit.
Now, exiting the payroll is not only a function of retirement. There are many other reasons through which people can exit the payroll. So how will you, because I've heard you talk about retirement.
Yeah.
There are many other reasons on how people can exit the payroll. So
Exactly.
what mechanism will you put in place? Advice.
If somebody is exiting the payroll, maybe he has gotten some green pastures, he wants to leave, then there should be that proper communication it is a HR practice that, of course, you give notice that you are vacating, and how fast is the system should be so fast. When that resignation, for instance, has been received, it should be worked very fast so that some person does not earn any extra money after he has already left. Because if somebody gave a notice, but he's still being paid, then there is a problem there. And the rules should be so strict that anybody who allows that, after the audit is done, then that person also takes responsibility for whatever loss that the commission got out of that. I think it would be a deterrent way of making sure that the person with the responsibility to do it does it and does it well.
Thank you, and I wish you well. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Evans Misati, please, to ask some questions. Kindly.
Thanks so much, Dr. Mutama.
Yes.
Now, in trying to understand the current public opinion, how will you rate the trust of IEBC with the Kenyans now?
The IEBC is facing a trust deficit, that is true. What I think the IEBC has not done, it has not been very, or rather, it has not been very vibrant in communicating. So one aspect of demystifying these aspects of IEBC is communicating with the electorate, explaining processes through voter education or civic education, and also it can also, the IEBC chair should be in a position where I've seen commission chairs even being invited in the media, where they explain themselves, People ask questions and they respond. So much of it is that aspect that it doesn't communicate aspects that are in IEBC. And the aspect of being open, communicating, also makes people understand you better. If you don't communicate, if you don't stakeholder engagement, then people will have they will have suspicions on what is happening.
What actions do you attribute contribute to that low public opinion of the IEBC? Specific actions by either the Secretariat or the past commissioners?
I think as concerns the current issues, I think it is because of the fiasco that we witnessed in 2022 between the commissioners, not agreeing. Because if the commissioners are not agreeing, and here you are in public, these ones are saying this, these ones are saying that, then of course there's an aspect of mistrust. So I think the current situation as it is, it has been fueled by the former commission because they were not able to agree. Because generally, it is good to give it to the IEBC that a lot has been done. Even the electoral, because I did work as an observer, at the polling station where the elections are being decided, in most of them it was flawless. Things were working. So when it came to the final issue now about the final tally, that those disagreement at Bomas, of course, cast aspersions. People start doubting whether the process was right. So I think the IEBC also, the commission needs to look at how do we build a team so that any decision that is taken, it is a corporate decision, and we communicate. That's what brings confidence in the commission.
In your assignments where you are working, you have been in charge of quality assurance.
Yes.
Now, as we talk now, Kenyans are wondering, what is it that the IEBC staff are doing at the constituencies when we are not doing voter education, voter registration, and all that? So what will you do in that aspect, given that our constitution gives the mandate of IEBC to be carrying out continuous voter registration?
Yeah, I've also realized that the IEBC is no longer doing that, and maybe for good reasons, because the work of the commissioners is oversight. So if the IEBC Secretariat was carrying out voter registration, the question would be, who will be oversighting that? And you know, voter registration is a very emotive issue because it is from the voter registration where elections sometimes are decided. So I would want to ask, what has delayed the constitution of the IEBC? What is it that it is being done late? Whereas, when you read the IEBC Act, it says appointment or selection of the commissioners should start 6 months prior to their exiting. So what are these bottlenecks that have made that not happen? And in my own opinion, I think this is what needs to be addressed, because the oversight role for IEBC, for anything that is done by the Secretariat, it is extremely important. Because again, we may have a rogue Secretariat, and it may do things that the commissioners, when they come in, have already been messed. So I think let's address what is it that delays this recruitment of the IEBC Commission, so that we do away with that, so that the law takes charge, and then we have a functional commission.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Fatuma Saman to ask some question. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Mudama.
Yes,
Dr.
Madam.
Mudama, sorry.
Madam.
During the Kregler Commission,
Yes.
members of the public submitted a lot of widespread complaints against the then ECK on lack of independence and partisanship. So and this has continued to dog the same institution. What strategies, or rather what would you do or recommend to reform this situation so that the public, the institution can regain public confidence?
Thank you, Madam, for that question. If you look well in the election cycle, there are pre-election activities that are supposed to be taking place to make sure that IEBC is prepared for the elections. There are also activities during voting. There are activities post-election. When you look at that cycle, if that cycle was, or rather the steps were followed, I think we would eliminate the issues of preparedness. And maybe what has dogged this aspect is also the funding. Because, for instance, one of the activities is voter education, civic education, is voter registration. Sometimes it doesn't occur because the IBC has no funds. So there is an aspect of in the IBC that talks about the IBC fund. That's something that I advocate, so that IBC always has funds to fund all those activities that have been identified in the election cycle. And if they are done well, of course, if it is a voter education, the curriculum is well done and the messaging is right, then training of the staff, first the IBC staff and also the other staff that will be hired, the training is done well. The materials for voting are also procured in good time. Then I think we will eliminate that aspect of lack of preparedness. But when IBC only is seen in the last year during election, for instance now 2027, maybe January is when you start hearing about IBC, it's a time that it has been funded, then of course the same problems recur. But had they had the funds earlier and the way those activities are well stipulated, then I think we will eliminate that aspect of lack of preparedness.
Thank you. I invite Nicodemus Bore, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Daktari.
Yes, sir.
Given the rapid changes in the electoral environment, such as the rise of digital platforms for voter registration and public engagement, how would you guide the IEBC to stay ahead of emerging trends?
IEBC, I think, should be seen in all the platforms. For instance, we have a very big youth population. Then the IEBC should now be thinking, how do we reach the youth in voter education, for instance, and also messaging. The youth will be found on Facebook, the youth will be found on X, the youth will be found on TikTok. So how do you procure content creators on TikTok who can be able to send these messages about the IEBC to the youth in a very friendly manner? How do you frame it so that it has that aspect of telling the youth that voting is extremely important? Because it is through voting, through choosing your leaders that you determine the destiny of your country. So I would be able to, or rather advise, especially people in charge of ICT, let's look where our people are. Let's leverage on where the majority of the Kenyans are. That is TikTok, that is Facebook, and use that to messaging on very critical aspects of election or the work the IEBC does. Yeah.
What challenges do you foresee on in managing technology in elections, especially on matters information and misinformation, and how would you address them?
Yeah, I think there is an emerging challenge, especially with artificial intelligence, where people even create some content where an actual person who is not is communicating, whereas that is not what he said. So I think the best thing is for IEBC to be proactive, to be able to notice these aspects, and then be able to counter them. Because I think in the media nowadays, people should be monitoring the media. In case they are fake news, they are fake communication, then you are able to point them out very fast. Because it will happen. It will still happen. And again, making sure that whatever systems you are building, they cannot be interfered with. If it's issues about results transmission, of course, in the last election, you will hear some strange fellows who are assessing the server. Then those are issues that the IEBC should come out. And I don't know why the IEBC has not explained the server up to now, because people are still thinking there's a mysterious thing. There's some mystery about the server. So I think, again, the messaging I was talking about, they should have come out clear and explained these things so that there are no gray areas as we go to the next election. So I think on technology is about getting the right people, understanding the risks, and of course, all the team in the IT department being ahead of everybody else in making sure they look for solutions when challenges come up. And most importantly, continuous communicating. Because it is that communicating, very clear communication, that then the voters and the entire country is able to know what is happening. We should not leave a chance for guessing or even conjuring some imagination about the process. Yes.
How long did you serve at the Machakos County?
I served in Machakos County for close to 7.5 years, almost 8 years.
The same governor?
Yes, same governor, Dr.
Different dockets?
Different dockets.
Which were the dockets?
I served in Department of Special Programs in the office of the governor. I served as a chief officer, Department of Water. I served also shortly in the office of the county secretary as in charge of special programs again. Then finally, I settled in the Ministry of Education. Yes.
For how long did you serve as a minister of a CC of Education?
No, not CC, chief officer.
Chief officer.
Chief officer of Education is of almost 45 years.
So what are the roles of chief officer?
Chief officer, like I said, is an authorized and also an accounting officer. I'm in charge of the public servants under me. I had almost close to, I think, 1,500 under me in the department, ECD teachers, managers for the vocational training colleges, and also the office staff. So generally, my role would be to assist also the CEC on policy formulation. Like when I went to that department, we didn't have clear regulations on the administration of bursaries. So I helped the CEC in developing the regulations for award of bursaries, which removed so many issues about audit and all that, and we streamlined the system. So it's about advising about issues about policy and also managing the public servants in the department, and of course, issues about performance management, making sure that they are arriving at the targets. Because in every financial year, we would sign targets with the governor. So I also make sure that all the people under me are also able to execute their duties and review their performance as directed.
So during your term, were there times when there were cases of misappropriation of funds?
There's one incident that happened when I was Chief Officer Water, where during my time is when we had a very ambitious water program. And I think that's the time that that department got a very high budget, around 2.5 billion. I did administer that budget, and part of the issues was drilling of boreholes. The county has acquired 8 drilling rigs. And as a chief officer, I had a dashboard where I knew at any one time where each rig is. And each rig was supposed to take like 1 week. So there is an incident where one rig could not be accounted for like 2 weeks. So I followed up. And I came to realize that the staff under me, some of them had gone out to dig a private borehole, not a public one, because we are doing public boreholes. Yeah, so that was a case that came to me, and of course I reported the DCI for investigation. Investigations were done, everything was done, and then the advice was to take administrative action on those public servants. They were first offenders. So as a department, I made the HR advisory for the county. We decided to surcharge them. So an engineer did the costing, what the county government had lost in that illegal activity. Then the costing, after done, I subdivided to the members, the person who were involved. So they were surcharged, they paid, and also the public service. The county public service also gave them a warning for what they did.
So were there times when EACC was invited to investigate any of your dockets?
When you are a chief officer, you are essentially a customer of the EACC. Sometimes you award tenders and somebody complains, so the EACC come. So what I did as the dockets are served is, of course, constant communication. When a company comes, I will go to the EACC, provide all the documents they need, and then they will carry out the investigation. And so far, nothing was found out. Because in my practice, I've known that you must follow the law. The procurement laws that are there, they are sometimes stringent. People think that you can skip one requirement because maybe of some pressure. But I'm one person who is a stickler of the processes. As far as they have been established, I make sure they follow. And I think that's why, even despite having done very major projects that cost a lot of money, up to now I have not had any issue because the processes were well followed.
So you are not aware of any active case with AACC?
Not at all.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. Prof, welcome. You have been prompted.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. John Kilonzo Mudama.
Yes, sir.
You are hearing the chair saying that I've been prompted because they know that any candidate who mentions South. Now,
yes.
Let me start from there.
Yes.
Since you prompted me.
Yeah.
You are seeking to be an IEBC commissioner. And you are saying here that the IEBC has never explained this server thing. Any reason why you think IEBC commissioners have never come out to demystify this server, yet it's a constant in every other presidential election? One would think that in their evaluation report, that's one of the things that they should be talking about, yet they never seek to demystify. Any reasons why that come to your mind, why they would not want to demystify it?
In looking at the systems of IEBC, and the fact that the voting is decided at the polling station, and having been an observer, and whose work was to tour the polling stations and see the activities there, I don't understand. If those processes are well done, then why would have an issue with the server? If the server receives the forms that have been sent, the A series that have been sent from the polling stations, then I don't understand why it's a mystery. So I wonder why they have not taken time to explain themselves, to go to the media also, invite themselves to the media and explain. Because people still think there's a mystery about the server. But if the server was receiving what was coming from the polling stations, which also was put in the public portal. So what is this mystery about the server that is not being explained?
That's exactly what disturbs me.
Yes.
So can you look at Kenyans in the eye and say that I, Dr. John Kilonzo Mudama, when I become an IEBC commissioner, the first thing I'll do is convince my fellow commissioners to offer
Exactly. Because I would think I would go to the ICT department because I know we have competent people there.
Yeah.
Then they would try to explain those technical terms and then put it in a simple language
Yes.
that the people can digest. And
Very
then we finish up with this issue.
Very well. Following on that, what would Kilonzo Mudhama, what specific strategies would Mudhama implement to ensure that the IEBC remains an independent and impartial body in the face of external pressures?
I think one of the issues is that for IBC to be able to execute its mandate properly, I am convinced that it should also be well funded. This issue where we talk about the ICA fund, I think it should be, or rather, it should be taken into consideration and the funds should be made available. Because that's also one aspect of it being independent. Because when you are so much dependent on financing from the treasury, and the financing is coming in bits, then sometimes the activities that you are supposed to carry will not happen. And then again, issues about civic education, engaging the stakeholders, just wanting to ensure that explaining why you must be independent, explaining why that IEBC should carry out its activities above board, because it is important to secure this country, because IEBC, the role that it plays in making sure that we have leaders in place, it is very critical. And if that process is done and they are done in a credible manner, then of course the end result is that we have credible leaders who will take our country to the next level. We also know Kenya has a standing in Africa, and we should not be some of the countries that are being talked about failed elections, about election or post-election violence and such. So generally, if you secure the funding, and I also explained to all the members, of course, even we're using the committee for Parliamentary Liaison Committee, talk to our leaders and understand why we need to do our jobs be above board without any interference. Then I think that if that sinks, then we will be independent, we'll be able to carry out our duties the best way possible. And especially looking at the election cycle, be able to tick the boxes and in good time. They should not be hurried. Like now we have boundaries delimitation, which has lagged behind just because of some things that was not done right. Thank you.
Very well. My last question. I was listening keenly to you as you answered the questions by my colleague Bore as an accounting officer. And I thought you are really giving a blow-by-blow account of what happened, which basically is about transparency, accountability, and so on.
Yes.
What strategies, were you to become a commissioner, would you implement to foster a culture of integrity, ethical compliance, and internal accountability within the IEBC Secretariat? I say this because there are always questions of chicken gate, of tenders, whether it's to Otimofo or to who. There's always a lot of intrigues around not only tendering, but even when the other day the Secretariat, in the absence of the commissioners, did what they had to do and gave us 62 billion budget, the whole country was like, what would you do?
Yeah, I think when it comes to budgeting, I know we have itemized budgeting, where when you talk about 62 billion, it is broken down to items, and all the items are costed. So at least that figure should be accounted for because of the itemizing of, or rather, it is itemized budget. And we have laws in this country. We have the procurement law, that is Procurement Disposal Act. And one thing that I've realized, if the law is well thought out, and if well implemented, then I think we'll solve a lot of these problems. They have given you the various methods of procurement, the most transparent being an open tender. If you have to procure anything, people apply. And in most cases of the technical evaluation, you look at the lowest bidder. If he has the ability, then he's given. So if we were to follow the procedures of procurement and do it well, then we'll get the right person to deliver this without any interference. Kenyans are known to want those schemes of get rich fast. So I think also to look at the integrity of the person. Are you having a rush to get public money and get rich because of the position you hold? The best thing would be, let's administer these laws, and also those who have some questionable character, then they should be dealt with in according to the law. Because again, we must have that integrity, that we get the right people, value for money for Kenyans, because it is said that elections in Kenya is extremely expensive. Why is it so? Then those are the issues that we look at, so that we can bring the cost down. Because, you know, when you factor in corruption, that's when now the cost also skyrockets, because other issues are being considered, which should not have been considered. And that's why I'm insisting on itemized by budget, where you're able to argue so that the right items are captured. And of course, the issue will be, how do we make our elections less expensive?
What do you say, now they're talking of itemized budgets, what do you say to a phenomenon that is now common in Kenya, known as budgeted corruption? That a beak, you already say, one beak will cost 30 shillings in the budget, yet you know that the actual price will be 10.
Yeah, now that is exactly what we need to do. We need to be honest with ourselves and look at we call it market survey, because when you are planning about issues like in Machakos, when maybe we were procuring, there was the vocational training centers were being given a conditional grant, and sometimes when you are floating the tenders, you have to go to the market and get the market price, so that whatever the quotations are, they don't exceed the market price. So I think that's need to be done. There should be that integrity there, that you have done market surveys and you itemize according to the market prices, so that you don't budget for corruption.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Prof.
Yes.
Dr. Kilonzo,
Yes, sir.
are you aware of something called Maruba Dam?
Yes.
Is there any matter around Maruba Dam that you know?
Yeah, Maruba Dam. It happened when I was a chief officer of water. I say it's a scandal that never was. Much of what came out of that particular procurement was a lot of misinformation about waterworks, and maybe a lot of information about the agreement, because many complaints came about that particular contract. The EACC invited me to go and provide documents. We made numerous trips to Maruba Dam with the EACC, with engineers from Waterhouse, and I think up to now, nothing has come out of it, because the procurement process, it was an open tender, the lowest bidder won. When it came to the implementation, it's something that had been budgeted for. When it came to issues about project identification, the deseating of Maruba Dam was a product of a task force that was appointed by then governor about water deficiency in Machakos County. And one of the recommendations was the urgent desilting of Maruba Dam. So that's what we followed. That's why we budgeted for that money, around 100 million. I think the project went for 89 million. And by the time I left the Ministry of Water, we had not finished even paying the contractor. The works were still ongoing. So I provided all the documents. Up to now, I think the contractor took the county to court for non-payment of the remainder of the monies. And I'm aware that the case, I think, was decided the other time when he was awarded damages for the delay in the county government not paying him the remainder of the money. So that's what I know about the issue.
And you're not aware if there is any current investigation or anything going on?
I'm not aware. I've not been contacted.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Prof. Do you have some questions to ask?
Daktari,
Yes, sir.
you've studied
Yes.
education administration right from your BA, MA to PhD.
Yes.
You have been an education administrator.
Yes.
So on matters education administration, you are an expert and is aware. So I'll ask primary school, not even high school,
Yes.
question. Who is the current permanent secretary for basic education?
I think it'd be Professor Bitok.
Thank you.
Yes.
My second question. Which month and which year did the colonial powers proclamate the state of emergency?
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
30 seconds to go.
Let me be honest, I don't know.
Thank you, Chair.
Sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kilonso.
Yes,
we have enjoyed this discussion. And certainly Kenyans who have followed have learned a few things from you and about elections.
Yes.
We are grateful for the time. Do you have any comment or question so that we come to a close?
Yeah, I first want to thank the selection panel for finding me fit to come for this interview. And generally, the other thing is that I wish you luck so that you can be able to pick commissioners who have the integrity, the presence of mind to understand the enormous responsibility that they have to take our country to the next level. Because I think this commission is extremely important in our nationalhood because it gets the right people to lead us. And also, the way the processes are done, of course, they'll make sure that we have peaceful, free and fair elections. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you and good luck. Your certificates are at the door.
Yeah.
Feel free to take the notebook and the pen.
Okay.
Blessings to you.
Thank you.
Asante.
Also
and
the
the water, yes. Yes, thank you. Asante. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. We can have the next candidate. Welcome, Jonathan. Thank you. Please have a seat. Thank you. Feel free to adjust the seat, or you can help to adjust it so that please assist him so that it's raised a bit to his height. Yeah. Okay. Welcome. My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chair of this selection panel, and it's a great pleasure to have you. Thank you for applying, and congratulations for being shortlisted. I will invite my colleagues to introduce themselves before we come to you. Please, Vice Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Lodompui. My name is Linda Kiome, and I am the Vice Chair of this panel. I welcome you to this interview session.
Thank you.
Dr. Lodompui.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Morning to you.
Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa jopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Morning,
Caroline
madam.
Kituku, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Morning, sir.
Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. Nicodemus Bore, a member of the panel.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Lodompui, and karibu sana.
Morning, thank you.
My name is Koki Muli Grinyo,
Yes.
and I'm a member of the panel.
Okay.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Morning.
Habari ya Samburu.
Samburu is good.
Asante, karibu sana. My name is Evans Misati.
Misati, yes.
I'm a member of this selection panel and we welcome you.
Thank you.
Now we will come to you and kindly explain in brief detail your profile, where you're coming from, and why you think that this is a suitable job or a commitment for you that you have applied for. And mention if you have any honors and if you belong to any professional society. Please proceed.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, may I take this opportunity to first thank you for this opportunity to appear before you. I can't take it for granted, and I feel privileged to appear before you then. My name is Dr. Jonathan Ltipalei Lodompui, MBS. I was born and brought up in Samburu, and I went to a local primary school there. And the interesting part of this is that I did extremely well in my primary school, so well that it was a beginning of a thinking process going forward. The other aspect of the same is that at a very early age, I became the school head boy. So I interacted with normal HR issues, conflict of students, issues to do with truants, and those conflicts became a negotiator and provided my skills at a very early age. I went to Marala High School, and also I did so well, as shown by my certificate. I got a Division 2, and also I was the school head boy. So at that moment, I was also able to interact closely with leadership roles, head boy Kamukunji, where you hear, you listen, you resolve, and you give feedback. And I was able then to be a part of the role for guidance at that early age, guide my fellow students and be able to be a pillar of hope for those who came from those vulnerable groups. After Amaral High School, I went to Kisi High School, but dropped, unfortunately, because I could not raise school fees for my A-levels from 5 and 6. So I went back to Samburu, remained at home for some time, and I went to try to join the military. Unfortunately, I was picked as a cadet and went for military training. So I'm a military trained person, but that's not the issue. I'll come back to military thereafter. So I was posted to Isili, and my quickest issue was to read. So I enrolled privately at a small center in Langata Barracks. And I passed so well. I got 3 principals and 1 subsidiary without a teacher. Then I went back to Air Force and joined the University of Nairobi. I joined the University of Nairobi to do Bachelor of Arts, Political Science, and Public Administration. It is at the Political Science and Public Administration training at the University of Nairobi that interacted with the electoral process, political parties, interest groups, politics in Kenya, and I got a first class in political science and public administration. So basically, I'm a political science. I understand electoral processes and more so public administration. I proceeded to do my master's at the same university, same department, political science and public administration at the University of Nairobi. And I was privileged to get the prestigious Osakawa Peace Foundation scholarship. And it was more necessary then to undertake issues related to international relations. So my master's is biased to international relations. It is at that moment that I was able to get skills on negotiations, skills on mediation, skills on human conflict, how to resolve conflict, how to understand, skills to listen, and I graduated with a master's degree and proceeded to do my PhD at the University of Nairobi, the same department, for political science and public administration still. It was at this moment that I chose to do conflict management. So my PhD thesis was conflict management, particularly issues affecting the pastoral communities of Turkana, Samburu, Pokot, and to some extent the Cushitic neighbors, the Rendile, the Somalis, and so on. And I graduated. It is at this moment that I was able to get to understand the manifestation of conflict and why people behave the way they do. So that is what it is for my education journey. My name is on several books. I have published four books. I have also published several, about 9 in international articles in the international journals. And I'm also a reviewer in some of the international journals, like the Political Science and Humanities. So that is me in the academic. I have also professional trainings, apart from military, which I had mentioned. I have also done diploma in community development. I've also done through AMREF, gender issues. I'm also trained in accounting, but for non-financial managers. I've also ICT skills, as you see in my documents. And that is what it is. My job experience is a long one, but I will try to be brief. One is that I joined the military. So I was a military officer at the Air Force, and I was privileged to be posted at the Logistic and Supply Chain Department, where I trained and I achieved a diploma for that area. So I'm disciplined, I'm a team player, because you know in the military, you can only have an assignment paired. Minimum 2 officers, maximum 9. It can also extend to 36. So all along, it is about teamwork, team assignment, and there was no way you could do it alone in any assignment given. So I'm a team player, I'm an extremely honest and disciplined person. I left military and had a break at the University of Nairobi for about 4 years. Then I joined the Christian Children's Fund. My intention then was to give back to my community. I went to do community work and processed scholarships for vulnerable children in Samburu. And most of them now are teaching in the university. Some of them are doctors, some of them are teachers, and so forth. Some of them have joined the military, and I'm proud to see those fruits. So I grew up and became the CEO, the project manager of Christian Children's Fund. And at that point, I was in charge of staff. I was the secretary to the board. I was the accounting officer. I was the person in charge of scholarships. And we had a great team, becoming sufficiently able to propel the vulnerable Samburu into greater people. I left Christian Children's Fund and I joined the Teacher Service Commission as a chief HR officer. Double up also becoming a planning and planning officer. In HR, I was in the first time able to interact with the commissioners. So I was serving in a secretariat, so I can understand what it means to be with commissioners and how policies are executed. And I was responsible for promotions, deployment, discipline cases, guidance and counseling, staffing in general, and was able also in planning to bring down specific units from 24 to 8. I left Teacher Service Commission and I joined Vision 2030 Secretariat. This is the place that I got the privilege of serving this country. I was the director in charge of enablers, but more so, I was able to interact with all the pillars, economic pillar, social pillar, and political pillar. Political pillar spells much of what IBC does. Risk management, people-centered activities, democratic processes and democratic rights for the Kenyan people. But more so, I was in charge of the enablers. Enablers are roads, ports, and anything infrastructure. Reforms in the land, reforms in the police, reforms in the public service. And I was the director then in charge of evaluation, evaluating all
I'll give you a
the
minute to finish up, to summarize.
Yes, I'm finishing up, yes. Evaluating all the MCDS, including counties, development of CIDPs, development of medium-term plan. I was the lead person in the medium-term plan, 2 medium plan, MTP3, and so forth, and reporting also to Parliament and the Ministry of Economic Planning. From Vision 2030, I joined IPOA as a commissioner, and I've been the vice chair until late last year, when the term came to an end. So as a vice chair, I was the link between the commissioners and the secretariat because of that portfolio. I was also chairing meetings in the absence of the chair. I was able to do oversight of the police and the work of the execution of the secretariat. I was also able to lead the development of the 5-year strategic plan for IPOA. And I've been a person who gives guidance, particularly in issues of governance. I'm trained governance in ISPAC for non-financial managers. For that purpose, sir and panel members, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Linda.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Jonathan, you have a wide experience in corporate governance, and in your entire career journey, you have done so much. In appreciating that, is there a period during your career where your leadership skills have been tried, tested, and you overcame? And if there was such a period of time, could you please inform this panel about that particular experience?
Thank you so much, Madam. In public service, trials are normal, and particularly at a management level. And it is true, during the scholarship programs, people who are not very poor as such, could not meet the threshold, would come to me, you see, we want our child to be part of this scholarship program. You belong to our clan. You see, we are looking upon you to, but usually it's about law. There are specific laws and guidelines and ethical standards that have been set. And therefore, there is no way I would go outside what is given in law. And I have told them in black and white that this route is not the best to go. It is good to go this route because that is what it is as provided for in the law. And people just, became comfortable. Sometimes those trials are just a check to see whether you are an easier person to accept those trials. Thank you.
So, and then now that if you are picked to be a member of the commission, you're going to work as a team with different skills and different competencies. Which of these skills and competencies do you think best suit for purposes of your execution of your mandate as a team of the IEBC?
Thank you so much. The reason for this job is simply because I have passion for this country. I look things in a bigger picture. And to be able to work as a team, decision-making elements must be serialized to specific, valuable decision-making. And the team must be brought to a level where everybody appreciates and thinks positively about what needs to be done. So I bring skills of negotiation, I will bring skills of resilience, I will bring listening skills, I will bring also my ability to understand that it is true. it is not always south. It can also be north, or it can also be a compromise situation where we all see that this is better than the way it was initially. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Thank you, Chairman.
Invite Carol to ask you some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Daktari.
Yes.
Today we are speaking about the independence of the IBC. What are those things that establish or make IBC be deemed to be independent?
IBC, as we know now, has many issues that people talk about. Some are true, some are not. Independence will therefore mean that the ability of IEBC to resist external influence and external interference. There are certain things that need to be done and certain parameters that must be looked at. One is funding. Funding is the normal, most likely area where IBC is caught. Because you look at the proposal they are making now, with about 61 billion and going through the parliament. So one is funding. Two is transparency. The apathy in IBC has been a question of apathy. People do not trust. People do not trust. And sometimes it's not because they don't want to trust. It is because IBC has not come out clearly to give direction. Yes, to some extent, yeah, but it's a question of trust. Number three is about transparency.
No, we are speaking about the independence of the IBC.
Yes.
There are those things that the law has given to IBC that indeed demonstrate that IBC ought to operate independently. You have mentioned about funding. Which other one speaks to the independence of the IBC as a commission under Article 249 of the Constitution?
IBC, as we know, is independent. It does not report to any organ apart from Parliament and sometimes reporting to the President. It is imperative to understand that IBC takes the role of voter education. IBC also continuously review the role. It gives that independence. It also handles electoral disputes. IBC also receives party lists. It also clears candidates for election, which nobody else has that mandate. And those elements, among others, are the spell out of the independence of IEBC.
Okay, thank you. I just want to follow up a quick one.
Yes.
In which ways you spoke about IBC reporting to Parliament and the President? In which ways particularly does the IBC report to the President?
If you look at the recent 2024 report given, they actually analyzed the post-2022 elections and give the issues that were emanating by the same and also spell out the conditions and challenges that were being faced by IBC. And they have also tried to give solutions on the direction in which IBC would take to better either technology or to better the process of handling the 2027 general elections.
You said IBC reports to Parliament and the President.
Yes,
I
true.
want to bring up to one other arm of government, the judiciary, which exercise an oversight role on the IBC. To what extent then does the judiciary exercise its oversight mandate over the IBC?
Yeah, true. IBC has numerous petitions that are being taken to judiciary. They also, like what is pending now, the lapse of the delimitation. There's an opinion pending before Supreme Court. There are also EDR court EDRs where settlements and petitions are being handled. So judiciary is closely also oversighting IBC through those petitions, through court cases, and through launching of complaints, particularly that have effect on the IBC work.
All right. Thank you, Dr. London Pui. I wish you well. Over to you, Chair.
Okay, Madam Koki, please ask some questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dr. Lodompui, allow me to stay on the IEBC's capacities and capacity to build trust and ensure integrity. One of those ways, besides what my colleague was trying to arrive at, is what we call post-election audits.
Yes.
And those audits are done on the basis of reports that are prepared by observers and others, even including IEBC, that have specific recommendations. So should you be lucky enough, because we have seen this post-election audits do not achieve the outcomes that lead IEBC to build trust and to ensure integrity in elections. So if you are lucky enough to go to IEBC, what will you do differently, and how will you do it to ensure that you are strengthening trust and you are enhancing the integrity of elections?
Thank you so much. It is true, pre-elections, during elections, and post-elections have reports. But let's look at the posts. There are local observers. And in fact, last year, 2022, I was one of the local observers in some counties in Kenya. And there are also international observers. And many groups, civil societies and others, also write reports. And groups write reports the way they saw what happened during the elections. Some give a good bill of health. Some give to some extent. Some don't at all, say that nothing much happened democratically. The problem here is that people sit in a boardroom like this in their own way. Some write reports in Geneva, in London, in South Africa, in boardrooms in Nairobi, and give to IEBC or give to the public or the media. The critical thing I want to bring about is that it's not just about reporting. This is not a question of just reporting. It is important that an in-depth and maybe a program is rolled out for IEBC to have sufficient time and a sufficient period after the elections to receive these reports and have an engagement with each and every observer or every report writer. Say that, you see, the engagement, it's not just about going to Serena and EU presents a report and go back to wherever they came from. It is critical for IEBC to take that responsibility, that feedback is critical. And it is imperative that a space of this week or whatever will be open for each one to bring, say that you can interrogate, you can feel the discussion, and you can now receive the report after a presentation has been made. And therefore, you know, it's a friendly thing.
Let me interrupt you a little bit.
Yes.
Forgive me for interrupting
you. know, it's okay.
When you observed your elections during the last general election,
yes,
did you write a report? Did you make any recommendations to the IEBC? Did
yes.
you write a report?
Yes.
And when they got that report, are you aware whether or not they did a post-election audit, IEBC?
From the indication and the literature available, and the report, a very long report of 126 pages, looks like there was an attempt. There was an attempt to do the audit. But after my observation, we had a lengthy 1 week to bring back. And you see, much of what we were looking at ourselves as IPOA was the question of the oversight of the police, the security, measures that were deployed during the elections. And that is what we zeroed in. And we gave back to IEBC that particular report. We never got the feedback, and I've been trying to scan through. Of course, in the report, if you check their report, the audit report, they have just mentioned IPOA as one of the institutions that observed and gave report, but nothing much as you are putting across.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lodompui, and all the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. FCPA Tanui, please ask some questions.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to pick up from where my colleague Caro left it on the issue of independence. You've come from independent policing authority.
Yes.
Now you're moving to independent electoral commission. I want to inquire from you whether, despite the two having the word independent, is IEBC the same as IPOA in as far as independence is concerned?
It is a yes and no answer, sir. IPOA has really strived to be independent. Even Elboling.
Look at it from governance perspective, constitutional framework, legal framework, so that give us that. Are they the same?
Yes, the legal framework is the same. The independence is independent. It is supposed to be that there should be no external influence. It should be that the mandate given by the Constitution for IPOA and for IBC is relatively the same. However, there are certain departures. There are more interests in IBC because of the stakeholders and the interest in the political class and the interest in government that infiltrates IBC.
Just restrict yourself to the governance.
Yes.
Not how the structures, IPOA structures, governance structure, and IBC governance structure.
The structures are the same. The structures are supposed to be independent because there is a commission, there is a secretariat, and there are duties, and the mandate given to each and every institution. So the structures are the same, governance are the same. However, the execution of those duties as being spelled by the strategic plan and the undertaking of those independent programs.
Is IPOA in the Constitution of Kenya?
It is not.
It is not.
It is not.
Is IBC in the Constitution of Kenya?
Yes, Article 248, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
How are commissioners appointed?
The same.
Are you a commissioners or you are board at IPOA?
Yes. If you look at the literature and the board papers available, the commissioners in IPOA are appointed the same way like every other commission. But the drafters of the Act of IPOA had reservations because there was already an existing National Police Service Commission, which was dealing with the police. So to deal with the police, the drafters thought it necessary to have IPOA as a board. But the instructions and the appointment is on the same strength, the same Article 250.
Removal, how is the removal?
The same.
From office?
Same. 6-year tenure, and they are protected as IBC, as National Police Service Commission, and other commissions. However, reference is, some people went to court, and I'm sure you must have, some people went to court to challenge exactly what you are saying. Is this a board? Is this a commission? Yeah, but the instruments through AG, through the Office of the President, through the appointments, has spelled out that it is a commission. However, it has been taken to be a board on those parameters.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, using your, you've told us you are an expert in governance, and one of the challenges that have been highlighted in IBC is the use of resources, more so in as far as finances are concerned. And one of the structures that have been put there is to have an audit and risk committee at the commission. So how important is audit and risk oversight at IBC?
Thank you so much.
What importance will that be to IBC?
Okay, thank you so much, sir. The audit committee is an external organ for IBC and other commissions. However, there is always a commission representative, maybe one commissioner. Audit is extremely very important for any organization, and particularly IBC, because the prudent utilization of resources must reflect the expectations of Kenya. And the internal audit, therefore, looks both at the financial and accounting processes and procedures, as well as the quality management services, which are non-financial. And the reporting of the internal audit is usually a measure and an indicator of the direction in which programs are being implemented, and whether there is value for money, and whether there is anything that is not very clear. So the audit committee gives an independent view of the way finance and programs are being executed in IBC. And therefore, it is a very critical committee. As we speak today, I think the audit committee still exists, despite the fact that there are no commissioners in IBC.
Thank you, Dr. and I wish you well. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Mr. Misati to ask you some questions.
Yes, Chair. Thanks so much, Chair. Dr. Ali, now I want to take you back to the relations between the Secretariat and the Commissioners. And it's in public knowledge that we have had some of the Secretariat in the past, some of them having a very cordial relations with the Commission, or the Chair, and some of them having a very stormy relationship. What do you attribute that to? Is it a personality issue or an institutional infrastructure?
Thank you so much, sir. Section 11A of the IEBC Act spells out in black and white the role of the chair and the commissioners. It also spells out the role of the secretariat led by the CEO. And there's no overlap. Formulation of policies, oversight, ethical standards, and resolutions of the commission is executed by the secretariat in day-to-day activities. So if there is any convergence for any reason, most likely it is a question of a character. It is more individualized as opposed to the law, because the law is very clear and there are distinct roles. And the convergence is only on what I've just mentioned, the transparency, the accountability, the oversight, and the strategic direction by the commissioners and the formulation. So it's just about working through committees to see that the implementation of whatever the commission has directed is executed.
So how they work is they work through subcommittees, eh?
Yes.
So why must they work through subcommittees? And mention a few of the subcommittees that you know that they work in.
They work, all commissions, not necessarily IBC, work through committees. Why? Is because there are specific specialized areas. We have ICT, we have communication and outreach, we have HR, we have finance and audit, and several. So they caucus as committees to receive specific specialized issues from specific programs for the purposes of presentation. And the committees are very necessary because they sift issues that are emanating from specific programs. ICT has these issues. The ICT committee will look at it, panel beat it, and make a presentation in the full commission for adoption. So it becomes easier, and it can run simultaneously. 7 or 6 committees can be working the same day in different locations and be able to report. The chairs of all these committees will report. So it will report to the commission. So it becomes easier, and it becomes also more closer to see how the senior management, through their cascaded programs in their area, are able to handle specific resolutions made by the commission. So that is what it means, and that's how important it is for those committees that I've just mentioned. So.
Thanks so much. All said and done, you have all those structures now. Now, from where you stand, if you are given an opportunity and you are one of the commissioners of IPC, what do you foresee as the cause of any conflict, and how will you address it between the commission and the secretariat?
Thank you so much, sir. I mentioned that my area of specialization in my PhD is conflict. Interestingly, conflict emanates all the time. It's either silent or intermittent, or disappears for a moment, then resurfaces. We would want to put this clear that the law of IEBC has spelled out what needs to be done by the commissioners, what needs to be done by the secretariat. And there should be no conflict. In the event, because it has happened before, in the event conflict arises, it is good to revert to the code of conduct, code of ethics, and the structural HR management procedures and manuals, particularly for the secretariat. It is also important that the commissioners develop what is called commission charter on specific guidelines on what needs to be done. It is also important to revert to the regulations, because the regulations are able to detail specific issues that probably the Act does not spell out explicitly.
Dr. I actually asked, in which areas do you foresee a conflict specifically? The explanation you have done, but
yes,
cite any one specific example where you can see, in which areas you can see a conflict.
There are various areas where conflict can arise. One among many is a question of transparency. You see, there is a question of transparency. Sometimes some staff may go overboard. Sometimes they don't give the image that is required. Sometimes they may have a loop on issues that probably are not strategically spelled by the Commission.
Thanks.
The other is communication. You know, communication is very critical, and the information must be safeguarded to have only one channel. And when commissioners, because you have seen, some commissioners issue press statements here, some issue press statements there, it is lack of issues, and it is a prone area for conflict.
Thanks so much, Dr. and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Fatuma, please.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Dr. Lodompoy.
Yes, madam.
And I wish to follow up on the question by FCPA Tanui. I served at the inaugural IPOA board.
Yes.
And we established that institution from a scratch.
Yes.
By the time we were leaving, it had over 200
218.
staff.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. 218. Yes.
And a budget of 1 billion from a budget of 200 million.
862.
Yes.
Yes.
If you read our
yes,
exit report,
yes,
you would know what we were able to achieve.
yes,
And that we achieved as part-timers with only 8 meetings every month. What was so difficult when you came in to change that into full-time, to change yourselves into commissioners? I'm interested in knowing what happened.
Thank you so much, Madam Saman. Truly, we really appreciated the work done by the Inaugural Commission. Starting from a scratch in 2012 was a major challenge. And you did all that was supposed to be done. For us, when we came on board, we realized and appreciated the Secretariat created the units in all the former provincial administrations, and we found the office, we found the staff, we found the programs running, and we never changed the programs that were mooted by the inaugural board. Still are there. We just enhanced. Now, the question of part-time and full-time was that, interestingly, when we came on board, it was 2018. just immediately after the elections. And there were many issues touching the work of the police. Police have done this in Kisumu, Kondele, police have done this in Karsen, police have done this in Wajir, police have done. So the tray was extremely full. And at the same time, there were continuing killings. And we requested the Office of the President and the Appointing Authority that I come from Samburu. Somebody comes from Garissa. Someone comes from Homa Bay. The other person comes from Mombasa. The other comes from Isiolo. To converge every time to look at what is happening on day-to-day problems that are emanating on the oversight of the police became extremely cumbersome. And it was necessary, therefore, then to keep tabs, right? Be available and be able to convene in the simplest way possible. And the police, as you know, because you do, were taking much of their time, particularly on the summons, because you know. Summons, you summon somebody who is at the border, Liboy, or Nakodok, or Busia, or anywhere, Lunga Lunga, and it takes 1 month, or even more, or sometimes even don't come. So we just wanted to have a closer execution of these programs. However, it becomes easier for us to have caucuses with the IG of the police, with the minister, with the PS, with other sister commissions, and be able to respond. If a problem happens in Embu, we are able to dispatch one of the commissioners leading the investigators as quickly as that. So that is the reason that brought about part-time and full-time basis. Yes, madam.
Thank you, that's enough. After the 2007 elections, the media houses were blamed, or rather accused, of biased coverage, contributing to tension through inflammatory reporting, and which might have escalated the situation at that time. So to mitigate on this in future, what measures would you recommend to promote media accountability and ensure balanced coverage during the election period?
Thank you so much, Madam Saman. And it's very unfortunate. Probably I don't want to revisit that kind of a scenario because I was appointed or selected by the Office of the President to attend to problems of the post-election violence. Immediately around April 2008, when things were really bad, and I was sent to Nakuru, and I was in charge of Sanchangwan, the ruins of Total, Londiani, Krosoi, Molo, Njoro, parts of Nakuru, Ndeya Farm, and Makutano, to all the way. And Madam, it is one thing that we do not want it happen. In fact, one of my motivating reasons to apply for this job is that I wish I can become a change agent. People died. People were, for those who come from that end, you saw what was in the total ruins. Everybody and everything was destroyed. Churches and everything was burned. It is me who went to there and stayed for 1.5 months to bring about about this. So what do I want to bring about to change that scenario? One is that we must bring media more closer. You know, this vernacular radio stations and TV stations propel things for their audience. And I don't know why Kenyans usually think that it's only by talking bad that people will listen to you. So IEBC has a role to suppress those vernacular radio stations and any other media house that has interest. The problem is that people have interests, and sometimes they show these interests openly. And it is important that a framework of engagement for the media, particularly, is mooted by IEBC and have periodic, and where possible, even a permanent platform where elements from these media houses are brought to fore, so that a continuous discussion can be there, and probably even spell out a template of what needs to be said and what needs to be communicated. The loophole here is that IEBC was not, as you have seen in the 2022 again, it was not very strong in communication. So communication and outreach must be at the top of the agenda for people to understand and for people to engage and for people also to ask questions. Thank you.
The media have a right to inform the public, and keeping the public informed during the election period is equivalently very critical. Much as maybe some vernacular radio station could have contributed to that problem at that time, but again, the word suppress would it not be a very extreme word to use?
Okay, I can withdraw. I can withdraw suppress.
Yes. So what is it that what formula, how would you engage to ensure that the public are informed the right thing at the right time, and there's some kind of engagement? It doesn't necessarily have to be control, but engagement that is healthy. What are some of the things, hands-on things that you can recommend?
Thank you so much, Madam Samal. It's true. Suppress will therefore democratically mean something else. And therefore, I think it's an open dialogue. It's an open dialogue where each and every person has a space, and that space is prudently utilized by all. However, it is important to just have a wash. You know, I become my brother's keeper as much as you are my sister's keeper, and so on and so forth.
Thank you very much, and I wish you well, Daktari.
Thank you.
Sure.
I invite Nicodemus now to ask you some questions. Nicodemus, please.
Daktari, electoral processes are often unpredictable, and challenges such as voter turnout issues, delay, or technology failures can arise. Can you provide an example of a time you adapted quickly to unforeseen challenges? And how did you manage the situation?
Thank you so much, Bode. I've participated in electoral processes several times, being a presiding officer, being a coordinator during the referendum, being a deputy presiding officer. And there are various challenges, particularly in the northern part of this country. Voting is not as spelled in Article 38, political rights. People prefer going to look after their cows and camel and goats than going to vote. And therefore, IEBC has a role to bring education specifically. And also the turnout, voter turnout. You look at the last election, it was 64.77%. The other was 78, and so on and so forth. It is the responsibility of IEBC to put a thorough education and sensitization program for the voter turnout. And particularly, you know, in the urban it's easier because the reach to the polling station is not as far as is in some parts of this country. And walking all along, people think it's just a walk. They do not have the feeling that by walking will mean electing leaders who will change the narrative of this question of leadership. So it is important that we pool resources, we pool our collective mind and intention, and also educate people, and mainly Kenyans and mainly pastoralists, on the need to turn out for elections.
Thank you, and all the best, sir.
Thank you.
Prof, please ask some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me state here that I know Dr. Lodompoi. He was our student. He enrolled for PhD during my tenure as chairman of the department and finished after I had finished my term. But I won't be influenced by that knowledge and relationship, professional relationship that I know him. I just want that we record it straight, because it's in your CV, that your master's was not from the Department of Political Science. Your master's was from the Institute of Diplomacy and International Studies. Is that correct, even from your CV?
It's not correct, sir. You know, because you know.
No, let me just go on again.
Okay.
The Sasakawa Scholarship.
Yes.
Where was it domiciled between the Department of Political Science and the Institute?
Prof, you know this. I'm a student of political science. You know my classmates. My classmate.
I'm just saying because
no, it is at the University of Nairobi, Department of Political Science. It was only that.
But your CV that the Secretariat
has
given us says Institute of Diplomacy, and the Sasakawa Scholarship was being issued by the Institute. Anyway, that one can be sorted out later. I'm just saying that what you have given the Secretariat and what you have said here is not in concurrence. And I also know, as the chairman of the department, that the Sasakawa Scholarship was domiciled in IDIS, which IDIS grew from the Department of Political Science. But I think that's not the main focus.
Allow me to clarify, sir.
All right.
Allow me to clarify. It is true. I was admitted by the Department of Political Science. Amadi, Jonyo.
No, you don't have to.
No, I'm coming about. So the interesting thing about Sasakawa is that there was a clause because the scholarship came through the University of Nairobi, Department of Political Science and Public Administration. They had a bias that you have to do international relations. And that's why some of my classes were from diplomacy EDs.
So you'll want to correct your CV as
No.
you gave to the Secretariat?
No, it is
Okay.
correctly, it's correctly so, sir.
All right.
Yes.
Very well. I was just going to the record that every other panelist has, so that when they are looking at it vis-a-vis what you said, then now we go by what you
Yeah.
have
Yes.
said on record
Yes.
as opposed to what
Yes,
is in their files.
correct.
Very well. Let me start from where Madam Fatma left. I know you withdrew the word suppression,
Yes.
but I think the point there is that if you go to the Constitution, at Article 19.3, which forms the Bills of Rights, the rights and fundamental freedoms in the Bill of Rights, A, belong to each individual and are not granted by the state. Okay? That's the Constitution. B, do not exclude other rights and fundamental freedoms not in the Bill of Rights, but recognized or conferred by law, except to the extent that they are inconsistent with this chapter. So the right of Kenyans to vernacular station is not one of those that are limited under Article 25, which states fundamental rights and freedom that may not be limited. So these ones can be limited, the ones you're talking about, but the freedom from torture, blah, 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 to a fair trial, and all that, those ones cannot. So I think what you wanted to communicate was that this other right to vernacular stations can be limited, and I guess the question was how and under what law can it be limited? And as you explain further, is that the duty of IEBC, or does that fall under the purview of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, so that IEBC doesn't take over the role that is assigned to another body? What's your comment? I'm asking that because Kenyans are listening. You withdrew the word suppression, but you seem to be saying that IEBC can regulate the media. And I just want us to be sure that what are you communicating that you would do together with the commissioners insofar as the question that Fatma asked is concerned.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Now that you have made a disclosure, sir, yes, it's true to the panelists that, yes, you worked like an academic journey with the prof, and there is one statement, I was so frustrated many times, you know what happens. And he called me to his office and told me, Lodompu, you will graduate. As you are signing those documents. So now that there's that disclosure, I've met him a long time through my academic life, and that's it. Now, suppression, Prof, is a relative term.
No, you have already withdrawn.
Yes, no,
Yeah.
I'm trying to bring it up
Okay.
for the purposes of this issue. It's a relative term. Suppression in military circles means that the enemy is made to be weaker. Suppression, at some point, as explained, is that people must have, rights. Rights are there. And what I was trying to bring about is about obligations. Where do rights stop? Are rights expressly free space for everyone? So suppression, therefore, and that's why I used open space, that's why I used the open dialogue, is about the ability by the Commission to open up discussions with the media houses. However, they have the Media Guild, which also controls what kind of information goes to the public. So I'm saying that it is critical to look both sides of the coin, because you saw what happened in 2007 through this media communication. And if everybody becomes responsible, then, Prof, all rights, even if they are not limited, as you are saying, must have obligations. Yes, it is my right, but how obligated are you as an individual when you are taking whatever action? That's what I want to bring out, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Let me go to another limb of integrity. In light of past electoral disputes in Kenya, particularly the findings of the Kriegler Report 2008 and the 2023 National Dialogue Committee report, what specific actions, if any, would you take as a commissioner to promote transparency and inspire public confidence in the IEBC's operations?
Thank you, Prof. It is very critical, sir, that we look at an IBC as a center stage for dialogue purposes, for execution of electoral processes. And if you look at what is in Article 87, Article 87 is about electoral disputes. Electoral disputes emanate from many sources. And it is critical that IBC get mediators, training of electoral dispute resolutions, internal mechanisms, train staff to undertake crisis management, and sometimes to understand how the dispute has been brought about. It might have been from just one side, it might have been from both sides, and it is the IBC responsibility in that Article 87 to understand the parameters of these disputes and settle them amicably.
Thank you, Chair.
Prof, do you have some final 2 questions, please?
Sure. One Litipale,
yes, sir.
Point.
It is Litipale.
You have served in various positions in government.
Yes, sir.
I think one of the ones you highlighted was your service in the Vision 2030 Secretariat.
Yes, sir.
Which is a macro vision that is not specific to a particular regime. Which is the other macro policy that was unveiled in Kenya in the immediate post-independence period that has informed every other policy in Kenya? What was its title and which year?
Yes. Thank you, sir. You know, the question of development had really questioned. So, sessional number 10 of 1965, was mooted to bring about development and how zones.
Title?
Come on.
Its title?
Sessional number 10. Sessional
Sessional
paper.
paper number 10 is the number given to it by Parliament, but it had a title.
Yes, you see, the quarrel or the issue surrounding was the development.
What I mean is that you can have, for example,
Yes.
sessional paper number 1 of 1986, which says agriculture for renewed economic growth.
Yes.
So you have the number 1 of 1986,
Yes.
but the title. Sessional number 10 of 1965, did it have a title?
Yes, it had a title. It was to look at the
Okay,
yes, a development.
I don't
again.
want the explanation, I wanted the title, so I can pass that one, because you have already answered part of the question. Last question. Which African country has the largest population?
At the moment, it is Nigeria.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Doc, for the time we have spent together, learning both from your experience and from the questions that we have asked you today. I don't know whether you have any comment or a question to ask so that we can be able to progress.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is to thank again the panelists for having me and listening to me all this long. And I appreciate the long hours you are here and wish you well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Your certificates will be somewhere at the door as you walk out. The notebook is yours, the pen, and the water. We are grateful for the time we have spent, and we wish you well also. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Media, you'll allow us to have a brief break, and we will resume at 11:20. Thank you. Okay. Our next candidate is Joseph Kibngetich Magut, or Ambassador. Ambassador. But ukiachia Kibngetich na anaweza kuwa IG. Ukiachia tu kwa Kibngetich atakuwa IG. Boynet. Welcome, sir. Yeah, please have a seat. Yeah. Have a seat. Have a seat. My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chair of this selection panel.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Kipngetich.
Good morning.
My name is Linda Kiome, and I serve in this panel as the Vice Chair. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for this interview session. Karibu.
Appreciate it.
Bwana Magot, good morning.
Morning.
Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Appreciate it.
The panel.
Thank you, Caroline.
Good morning, Ambassador. Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Thank you, Prof.
Good morning. My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Appreciate it.
Good morning. My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Appreciate it. Good morning.
I say that again. Good morning, Balozi.
Good morning.
I welcome you to today, and would like to introduce myself. I'm Koki Muli Grinyo, a member of the panel. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ambassador Joseph.
Good morning.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of the selection panel, and we welcome you.
Appreciate it.
So now we will come to you to introduce yourself to us, highlight your profile.
The votary of justice and equality. That fundamentally defines my personal credo and my life's philosophy. I have been privileged, Chair, to serve this country in various capacities, one of which was in foreign service as the ambassador to the Federal Republic of Germany, and simultaneously accredited to Romania and Bulgaria. Maybe I could just share with you one of the key highlights of my career in as far as foreign service is concerned, and I'll bifurcate it within the bilateral framework as well as institutional framework. Within the bilateral framework, I would want to note the following key highlights. One was which was the fact that I did negotiate successfully for the resumption of Lufthansa flights from Frankfurt to Nairobi after about 20 years hiatus, after about 40 years of absence. Some of you may recall, of course, that this automotive company was based in Kenya about 40 years ago. And you may want to recall some of the brands, such as the Volkswagen Kombi, that basically patronized most of our motorways before, of course, the advent of the Japanese brands such as Nissan, Toyota's EDC. And so we were able to successfully negotiate for that. And ultimately, of course, the commissioning took place in 2016. So as we talk, we have the Volkswagen car assembly in Thika after 40 years. So that's one of the key highlights I would want to share with you. Also to note, Chair, is the fact that I successfully negotiated for the first ever German Africa Business Summit, trenchantly negotiated for it. And of course, there were other bidders, but I was able to pitch through. And eventually, of course, we did have, this conference summit take place in 2017, which of course brought together, key actors in the industry, many of the captains of the industry, about 250 from the German business community were in attendance, as well as the political leadership, as well as, and of course, this as well, we did have quite a good number of, African players from the business community. And so the strategic or the, importance of that is that we were able, to measure, some, were able to quantify the results of this summit. And we quickly noted that there were, many of the investor community were interested in Kenya, and there were so many inquiries thereafter. Some MOUs were signed, and since then we've had companies that have since established their business here in Kenya. And so, and I'm going to cut it down to Chair. I don't really want to push on that. Let me come to the institutional framework, and I would wish to know the following, that as a mission, I was able to initiate, I did push for the, to have Berlin be designated as one of the centers that does issue passports, which I think, as one of the consular services to our citizens based in Germany. You may want to know that we have close to, officially 10,000 Kenyans in that part of the world. Of course, we have others who are not on record. But on data, we have about 10,000 Germans. So we thought, this was going to reduce, the logistical and financial burden, to our citizen. And so we're proud to note that we were able to chalk up that. Number two is also to note, Chair, the fact that I did initiate and proposed through the ministry that it was time to have, Berlin as one of the centers, be designated as one of the voting centers to basically enable, our citizens there be able to exercise their democratic right by way of ballot. And of course, I would wish to note that that has since been realized. Berlin is one of the about, I think, 12 voting centers now globally. So that is, one of my initial ideas. I think I left, when it was in the process, and I would wish to note that I'm proud that this is happening because Kenyans are being served and exercising their democratic rights. Also to note, Chair, is the fact that while there, I did lobby successfully for the naming of one of the educational institutions in Berlin after the own Nobel laureate, that's Professor Wangari Maathai, for the institution to be named, after her. Initially, of course, the authorities were reluctant because, they did point out that we already have big names, in Germany as well as Europe, so we could as well name this institution after, these individuals. But I did pitch through, and as we speak, the education institution is now named after Professor Wangari Maathai. And so for those who, of course, understand the business of branding and public diplomacy, that really counts a lot. I would also wish to note that I was able to initiate, Chair, as one of the reforms, particularly in the housing, as regards housing, the embassy, the one thing I did realize upon, assuming office, I realized that we're expanding a lot, as far as rent is concerned. And so we did have, staff that, occupied, almost half an acre, standalone houses. Some of the houses were decrepit, brown down, old. And so the utility, basically, of these houses did not really match what we're paying as rent. So I did, of course, initiate, a move towards having a policy shift. And in this regard, we're able to, as a cost-cutting measure, as far as rent is concerned, we're able to move staff to spacious and decent accommodation, housing, as part of the reforms to in keeping with the spirit, of course, of fiscal discipline. And so we're able to achieve that. And I could read the fact that even my staff were really impressed by the steps that we took from run-down, decrepit houses that they paid a lot of money, costing us a lot in terms of rent, and exacting on our budget. We're able to achieve that. I think, Chair, let me, as at the end of my tour of duty, I, of course, resumed. I came back to my former address, and that is at Canadian University, and of course resumed my faculty responsibilities at the university. And of course, as you may want to know, we contribute towards the national human capital, and of course engage in mentoring most of these young folks, so that as we pass the baton, they should be responsible individuals. And so I have said, of course, I have served the university in various capacities, as well in various committees, and of course other administrative duties within the university. And so I have both, the administrative management and, faculty experience, as well as the foreign service experience. To that point, Chair, let me slam a quietus.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask Linda to ask you some questions. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Magut, between 2014 to 2019, you worked as an ambassador and also previously before as a lecturer. What relevant experience do you bring from your career journey into the IEBC?
Let me note the following, Linda, that first of all, I bring leadership, to the commission. I would want to note in this accord that I, out of my experience in serving, one of the biggest missions in the Western world, and leaving that mission with my head high, no audit queries or audit flags, and no reputational questioning as far as the mission is concerned, or no scandal. And I was able to steer and steady the ship in this context, the mission. That speaks a lot of my leadership quality, and I intend to translocate some of these qualities to, through the graces of this panel, to the commission. Number two, Linda, to answer that is, integrity. I would want to, note the fact that I've been a good citizen, ladies and gentlemen. I have been a good citizen, lived within the strictures of the law, of the land, and in political lingo, one would say, I have not eaten anybody's goat. So I have lived within as a good citizen of the country, and I intend to do that. I believe I have had, integrity as one of the key and guiding principles of my life, both professionally and at a personal level. So I bring in the question of integrity, and that basically constitutes my North Star on my day-to-day life. I would also want to mention the fact that I come in with diplomatic credentials, and this touches on the question, they say in diplomacy, is about engaging and telling somebody to go to hell without this individual getting to know that actually is headed to hell. And so qualities such as persuasion, which is key, communication, and instrumental, and also the capacity and the agency that comes with, diplomatic orientation, such as, of course, the initiative, what, the German-American philosopher Anna Arendt would refer to as vita activa, the capacity to initiate and act. And I do believe this would be useful as one of the commissioners, particularly as engaging the diplomatic communities or other stakeholders.
Mr. Magut, apart from the diplomatic experience and the And being a lecturer, have you worked in a high-pressure environment, even within that career journey? And if so, probably could you highlight some of that experience to this panel?
Obviously, as a diplomat, it is the very definition of being a diplomatic officer. First of all, it does grant you, every diplomat goes for the title, and Ambassador Cook is going to tell you that you serve as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary. That's first and foremost. That's, a lot of pressure, and it's a pressure cooker in and of itself. And serving the mission comes, other than operational issues, you basically on the constant run. And so it is, the environment in and of itself is a pressure cooker.
Thank you, Chairman.
Very much. Carol, do you want to ask Ambassador some questions, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Welcome once more, Ambassador.
Appreciate it.
So the use of technology has been recognized as a means for guaranteeing a free and fair and credible elections in Kenya. In your own assessment, what does the law say when it comes to the use of technology, and how has IBC deployed the use of technology? Two questions in one.
I think the question of technology is very integral, pretty much integral in Kenya's electoral process. And if you were to use the recommendation by Johan Kriegler, for example, who did, indicate that it was time for Kenya to welcome deployment of technology to safeguard and protect the rights of Kenya, and the rights of Kenya in this regard is to safeguard the vote. I would want to, I think the law is very clear in safeguarding the place of technology, and also the fact, because by way first of making sure that there's integrity in transmission of tallied votes, so that to limit or minimize any corruption, in the manner in which we transmit the data or the results. So I think the place of technology is protected in law, and this goes to enhance, the image of the commission and the trustability, the believability of the mission, because then it creates the trust within the voter. And so I think the place of technology is safeguarded. Ms. Kitoko.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. I have a follow-up question. You speak about the use of technology in the transmission of results. Any other area that the IBC has used technology? Maybe you can discuss 3 areas with the panel that that IBC has deployed technology.
I think technology is a versatile tool, literally, in every other aspect of life. We deploy technology, and as far as registration of voters is concerned, I think that cannot be gainsaid. The role of technology is central. The centrality of it cannot be overstated when we have individuals registering, as voters. Of course, including, of course, the data, even within the mission, the commission rather, is within, of course, the environment, operates within the environment of technology. And so the registration of voters, of course, the counting after tallying of the votes and the transmission that entails technology.
Thank you, Ambassador. I wish you well. Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Ambassador Koki, do you want to ask Ambassador Magut some questions?
Thank you very much, Chair. Balozi,
Yes.
It's nice to see you again. I think the last time I saw you was in 2014.
That's been a while.
It's been a while. Just to follow up on the issue of electoral law reforms, we have heard that electoral law reforms after elections are key in advancing or improving our electoral integrity and ensuring better conduct and supervision of elections. May I ask you to name four electoral law reforms that were proposed post-2022 elections by the Supreme Court and also by the NADCO process and in the NADCO report? Just for two each. Post-2022 general elections. Two from Supreme Court and two from NADCO report.
I think the process of law reforms to safeguard is continuous. I think one of which was to enhance the place of technology and to have this protected.
Please be specific. Be specific. Just list one or two. Say specifically where. What was proposed?
By NADCO and the Supreme Court. I think I may not really be in a position to specifically pinpoint these specific areas, but to know the fact that, of course, the Supreme Court has set a precedent, particularly under the Maina Kiai case, basically giving a finality on the votes tallied at the polling station, so that then that basically counts, as opposed to basically waiting until we have the national tallying at the bomas. I think that was a critical area judicial review, that basically a precedent that has been made, and I think basically has had impact as a judicial review verdict.
Thank you. When was the Maina Kiai decision arrived at?
Was it 2017, 2018?
Okay.
2017. 2017, yeah.
Thank you very much, Balozi.
Appreciate it.
And all the best, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. FC Pietanui, do you have some questions for Ambassador, please?
Thank you, Chair. Ambassador Makut, I hope you'll be able to understand me. Independent commissions are specialized agencies. That is why we have the IEBC for elections and delimitation of boundaries. We have Human Rights Commission, Ombudsman. I've heard you say that you'll be bringing in diplomatic skills, negotiation skills, but looking at the mandate of IEBC, which is elections and delimitation of boundaries, what and appreciating the minimal use of maybe diplomatic and negotiation skills in as far as the core mandate of elections and delimitation of boundaries, what extra skill or expertise that Ambassador Magut will bring in to help in the governance of IEBC? to deliver on its core mandate of elections and delimitation of boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanui. Let me now to this, bringing strategic management, which basically speaks to the core of, planning, policy initiatives and formulation, as well as, risk management. And so I think if you speak from that perspective, you should be able to, it's through the framework of policies that basically inform any other operational outreach, such as the boundary delimitation. So if you have a framework of a policy framework through, that basic, well-crafted, that should basically speak to any other, actionable, outlook from the Commission.
Thank you, and I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask Misati Evans, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. So, Ambassador Magut, please, I want to take you to where you have been, your experience. From your understanding, please state some of the core activities that IEBC does through the Exchequer funds, and then differentiate the activities that they do from the donors, and then give the reasons.
Well, first of all, I think it's good to note the fact that the mandate of the IEBC, as defined by Article 88, clearly spells out, enunciates, the place of the IEBC, and one of which, of course, is to conduct, elections, registration of voters, dispute resolution as a key mandate. Of course, conduct the elections. I suppose I've mentioned that. And so, and of course, civic education. And so the funding, of course, is informed by these vote heads, actually. So every budgets are basically structured within what the activities undertaken by the IEBC. I see a situation where many a times, particularly as regards civic education, we tend to have a lot of foreign funding, particularly on activities such as, in civic education, through the civil society groups, EDC. Many a times these has a component of foreign donations.
That is very good. Now, please tell this panel and the Kenyans who are watching your understanding of the difference between civic education and voter education, and which one of them impacts to the rejected ballot.
Well, I think civic education is more broader. Basically, is more broader and basically bringing the public or individuals up to speed and conscientizing, the public as to the importance of their rights as voters and as well as citizens. On the other hand, the civic education of the voter is best circumscribed to, or targeted towards, individuals who are going to participate in the electoral exercise. And so civic education is more broader in this context.
I want to repeat my question.
Yes.
You want to distinguish between civic education and voter education, and which one of them embarks on the rejected ballot?
How each?
Which one of them has an impact on the rejected ballots or spoiled ballots?
I think what you intend to say, Ms. Hardy, is as to the impact of the voter education and how this would impact on the accuracy of the voter, when he goes to the polling station, and as to whether these individuals who have undergone this process are able to, to make use of the knowledge impacted on them in order to make the right decisions.
Ambassador, which one of the two has an impact on the rejected ballot between civic and voter education?
It's voter education.
Thanks so much, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Professor. I wish you well.
Appreciate it.
I welcome Fatuma Saman to ask some questions. Please, Fatuma. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Ambassador Magut, during the submissions from the public to the Kriegler Commission, they revealed that political parties were seen to be poorly organized, undemocratic, and lacking in transparency, especially during party nominations. So if you become a member of the IEBC, how do you think IEBC can strengthen the internal democracies of political parties and ensure they contribute positively to the integrity of the election process?
First, I think the Political Parties Act is very clear on the nature of, as far as how the political parties ought to conduct themselves, and the structure, the character of political parties, and of course the requirements of the political parties in as far as electoral process is concerned. But you're right. I think we have had situations where political parties have been questioned first. We have seen situations where individuals own political parties in this country, literally, so that then upon the exit of individuals, the political parties tend to collapse therein. And so I think that is one area that we really need personalization of political parties, which basically impinges on the growth of democracy in the country. And that is why we've had political shades of political parties coming up every other day. But when individuals, the so-called bigwigs, exit these entities, they literally tend to collapse. So I think the starting point is to have robust, intra-party democracy, robust internal democracy within the parties themselves. And I think, and the funding, basically, that goes to operationalize the activities of the political parties. The role of the IEBC is to have continuous engagement with these entities. And of course, in a bid to build up, so that they basically maintain and operate within the frameworks of the law. I think stakeholder engagement in this regard, the management of the IEBC should constantly engage with the political parties and point out areas, gaps that needs to be addressed at any other time, if it's about a dispute resolution, nomination of candidates, etc., and how they can be brought up to speed so as to to have robust internal democracy.
The IEBC has an engagement structure and strategy, and the political parties act has always existed. So what is it that as a member you'll bring on board to now help improve this? Something tangible that will be reform-based, will be a change and new to the Commission.
Well, I think without really waxing the highlights of a donkey, I think it's key to know the fact that the law is very clear. You know, if the political parties operate within the strictures of the law, well, you don't really have to fuss about it, so to speak. I mean, but I think there's a need for, for internal democracy, for the commissioners to push for internal democracy within the political parties by, constantly engaging these entities. I think basically I should have answered. The place of the law, I think, is very clear. And I think that should be the overriding force, that if all of us are strict and punctilious of law, then you don't really have to, If all of us operate within the strictures of the law, including political entities such as political parties, then I think, the electoral process should be guaranteed and safeguarded as such within the checklists of the law and the Constitution.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Nicodemus also to ask some questions.
Balozi.
Yes.
I'm sure you have voted several times before. How many times have you voted?
I think 3-4 times.
And you were here in 2007.
Yes.
When all hell broke loose. And it's because the public lost trust in the IEBC processes. And they believed that what IEBC was announcing was not the correct results as per what the IEBC chair had indicated. So in light of past electoral disputes in Kenya, particularly the findings of the Krieger report, 2008, and the 2023 NADCO report, as a member of IEBC Commission, what specific actions would you take as a commissioner to promote transparency and inspire public confidence in the IEBC's operation?
Thank you, Boris, for that. I think, I think it cannot be gainsaid, ladies and gentlemen, that the Electoral Commission has been buffeted, by, credibility meltdown. And so I think we all have to basically take measures as far as that is concerned. I think to answer your question, I think the place of restoring credibility is to upgrade the technology so that then the technology is safeguarded, and I think that would basically, and I think alongside that is, transmission of, election results in real life where, the public is basically a part of it and they own the process, so to speak. And basically, in a sense, removing the fears, assuaging the fears of the public. And so if we work on the technology, safeguard the technology, I think for me, that would be one of the entry points. One other thing to do is stringent and vigorous process of, civic education, so that then you basically conscientize and bring people on board, in as far as electoral matters are concerned. A knowledgeable society is always a safe society. And so I think for me, constant education by the IEBC is critical in creating, trustability and restoring, the so-called deficit of trust. I think also to note is, the fact that we have to have, a staff that basically such us through this process, that basically enjoy the trust of the public, that the process is done in a very transparent manner, so as to, forestall any suspicion, as it were, the process should be above reproach, like Caesar's wife, as it were. So I think the process, starting from recruitment of the personnel, upgrading the technology, for example, protecting the technology, continuous and robust civic education, and integrity, maintaining integrity, and transient stakeholder engagement. I think that is going to make a difference in restoring, public trust.
Thank you, Ambassador, and all
Appreciate
the best.
Thank you. I invite Professor to ask you some questions, Prof.
Thank you, Chair. Ambassador, I want to ask you a question on leadership, because IEBC needs leadership. Can you describe a time in your career when you had to make a decision that required putting national interests ahead of personal or organizational preferences? And if there is such a time, what factors influenced your decision?
Would you repeat that again, Prof?
I said I want to ask you a question on leadership, because you have applied for a commission that has trust deficit, and therefore together with the chair and the commission, there will be need for leadership to bring back trust to this institution. And therefore my question is, if there is a case within your career that you can describe when you had to make a decision that required putting national interests ahead of personal or organizational preferences, and if the same exists, what factors influence your decision? If it doesn't exist, I'll go to the next question.
It doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist. Okay, thank you. Let me now ask a question on adaptability, because you are coming from teaching, you're coming from an ambassadorial career, and seeking to transit into an independent commission. So the panel would like to see your adaptability. If at all, again, there is a case within your career, can you give an example of a time when you faced a situation where multiple stakeholders had conflicting interests? If such a case exists, how did you navigate those competing interests, and what was the result? If again there's none, I can pass.
Well, let me note this, Prof. I may have been lucky in my career not to, except for a case, where really I had to make a decision, and that was back in the mission, where we were really under pressure. We were late in, making meeting our contractual obligations in as far as rent is concerned. We're in rent arrears. And this came at a time when we had, 2 missions that had basically been ejected, from, their domicile. And so we were by the same property owner. So we were, in a very tight situation, so to speak. I had to basically move in because we were really worried that anything could happen as well, and you know how that can be diplomatically can be embarrassing. And so I had to marshal my legal team as well as the team at the embassy, put structures of negotiation, as I recall, basically like having a history of our payment history and our contract, and basically convening a meeting between us and the property owner. And I really had to negotiate, including giving a payment plan based on the history that we had as a mission. And of course, making commitment that we're going to be able to meet our contractual obligation in a given period. That was pretty much scary, because, as I pointed out, 2 other missions had just been evicted from their domicile. And so it was a crisis that we really had to confront. I had to deploy all my persuasive skills to basically be able to persuade the property owner, who eventually did agree with our plan of action and saved the day.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Prof, do you have some 2 questions?
Sure. Ambassador, this is a time in which we look at your area of expertise, and it's quite clear from your introduction that the ambassadorial job is one of your big ticket areas in which you have contributed to in this country. And therefore, we ask what the chair calls high school questions in that area of your expertise and general area. Who are the 2 foreign ministers who served approximately the same number of years cumulatively and are the longest, or were the longest, serving foreign ministers? In other words, you could serve between 1963 and 1965, and later between 1970. So cumulatively, who are the 2 longest serving foreign ministers in Kenya? Let me go to another area, which is in Africa. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs also leads in economic diplomacy, cultural diplomacy. You know that more than me. Which African country is home to the city of Timbuktu, historically known as a center of trade and culture?
The city of Timbuktu?
Yes. Which country?
Mali.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We appreciated the engagement and the robust discussion we have had with you. I would like to invite you for a comment or a question if you do. Otherwise, we are grateful for your availability and the engagement we have had with you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just make 1 or 2 remarks. First is to really thank this distinguished panel for your invitation once again, and to congratulate you for this exercise. I know it can be very excruciating, so exacting, on mental and physical constitution. And so but you basically fit the bill. So we have a lot of trust in what you're doing. You're a safe pair of hands. Number 2, Chair, is to note that collectively as a country, we have to, all of us step up to the plate in basically safeguarding and protecting, fortifying, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, particularly as regards the segment of the personnel serving in the commission. It's very tragic that, sterling careers basically come to, die at the commission. And so the Electoral Commission has become, so to speak, the graveyard of careers. So individuals come with, sterling careers, and those careers basically come and die right there. So the commission has become a place where careers come to die. I think we got to do something about that to basically make sure that individuals do not leave the IEBC with their reputation and careers tattered and dismembered. We got to do something collectively as a country. Finally, let me note the following, in paraphrasing the words of Winston Churchill, when he said, "Give me the tools, the trust, the authority, and I'm going to do the job." I hope that through your graces and infallible and infinite wisdom, if I merit to be a commissioner, I would want to note that I'm going to be serving without fear, favor, or ill will. So help me God.
Amen. Thank you very much. We have appreciated your engagement. You find your certificates as you exit. Feel free to pick the notebook and the pen for your use. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good luck. We can get the next candidate. Joseph Chavoa. Chavoa? Okay, Chavoa. Ama Misadi. So I'm trying to ask him. That's how you pronounce it. Chavoa. Chavoa. Wow. Okay, sawa. Sawa. Chavoa. Joseph. From Kitui, 61 years. Welcome, Mr. Joseph. I think from Mukambani it must be Chavoa. Welcome. Karibu. Karibu. Where I come from, it will have been Kiavoa. Chavoa. Thank you. Thank you. We will keep learning how to pronounce the name as we go along. My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chair of this election panel, and it's a great pleasure to have you come. But much more to thank you for applying and congratulate you for being shortlisted for the same position. I will invite my colleagues here to introduce themselves to you. You do have a pen and a notebook so that should you need to record something, you have a capacity to do so. Linda, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Joseph.
Good afternoon.
My name is Linda Kiome, and I'm the Vice Chair. I take this opportunity to welcome you for this interview.
Thank you.
Askofu
Mstaafu. Yes.
Joseph
Chavoa.
Chafoa.
Yes.
Habari ya leo?
Leo niko salama.
Okay. Mi
Nashukuru
naitwa, asante. Mi naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante.
Okay.
Mr. Chavoa.
Yes.
Caroline Kituku is my name. Karibu.
Thank you.
Bishop Emeritus. My name is Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chavoa.
Good afternoon,
And
Daktari.
karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of this panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Joseph.
Good afternoon,
I
sir.
take the easy route. My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you to this
Thank you.
session. Asante.
Now we would like you to introduce yourself, briefly giving a highlight of your profile and why you think that that profile is suitable for the position of a member of the commission. Indicate to us if you belong to any professional group, and if you also have won any certificate or award or honor that is in your name. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, Dr. Evans Makanda. First and foremost, I would want to thank Almighty God, for He is the reason as to why we are all here. Secondly, I would want to thank this panel to have invited me to come today to engage or to appear before yourselves. And mostly, I want to thank you for having shortlisted me in this position. I am Bishop Emeritus Joseph Chavoa. I am a Kenyan by birth. I come from a place known as Zombe in Kitui East Sub-County, Kitui County. I am an holder of a master's degree in management and leadership. I also have a bachelor's degree in the same discipline. Right now, I have finished classwork for a doctoral level of management and leadership. My progression career began in 1984, January, when I joined the defunct Kenya Ports and Telecommunication Corporation, where I worked for 10.5 years straight and left in June 1994 to go and become a full-time church minister in the capacity of bishop in the New Apostolic Church. Sometimes I got an opportunity in the years 2000 and 2006 to work with the defunct Electoral Commission of Kenya in the capacities of registration officer and returning officer on contract basis. From there, I got an opportunity also to work in the National Assembly in the office of the Minority Whip, then as a liaison officer. Throughout my career, I also got an opportunity to work in the private sector, GN and company, to be specific, from the year 2018 to 2021. While 2021, also I got an opportunity to be appointed in task forces and committees in the Kitui County government. One task force where I was the vice chair was in the Ministry of Health and Sanitation, where we were to look and evaluate the health facilities in Kitui County. In the same county, I was appointed in a task force that was to look the water distribution in all learning institutions in Kitui County. That one, I was the chair. Again, I got an opportunity to head a committee in the Ministry of Treasury or Finance, County Ministry of Finance, for verification and monitoring of projects. I think that one I did not put there in my CV. I only put the first one, which is a semblance of the rest two. While in the year 2021, the Kitui County government advertised for positions of board members in the County Public Service Board, where I submitted my application, and when the panel, the selected panel, checked on the credentials, they shortlisted me, they invited me for interview, and I went to attend the interview, and then after some time, my name was submitted to the Kitui County Assembly for vetting along with the other 5 names. After the approval by the county assembly members, I was appointed as a board member in the Kitui County Public Service Board, where I am to date. Beside my academic qualifications that I have mentioned, I am an associate member of Kenya Institute of Management. Therefore, I come along with strong skills of management and leadership, which I have acquired through the academic journey and the experiences that I've acquired in various organizations that I have worked in. And when I looked at the advert that was placed by this noble selection panel, I went through it, and I feel that I qualify to be a member of IEBC, or Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, so that I can bring in my expertise in management and leadership. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, panel members.
Thank you very much. Linda, you want to take off from there, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Bishop, apart from your professional expertise, what other competencies, skills, experiences, and exposure do you bring to the IEBC Commission?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I begin with where I am today as a board member. As a board member, I have been exposed to working with the stakeholders, because as a member of County Public Service Board, we collaborate with government agencies like Salaries and Remuneration Commission. We have our mother commission, that is Public Service Commission. We also work with the Directorate of Personnel Service Management, that is DPSM. Also, on the same, we are exposed to exercising the constitutional mandate of public participation, that is Article 10, by engaging stakeholders when we make a policy. Before we take it to the cabinet for it to be adopted, we take it to, first we take to the assembly, County Assembly of Kitui, and then we take to other stakeholders. So I'm exposed to that. As well, in the church. In the church, I have acquired personal attributes that has enabled me to engage with the people, do communication with the people effectively, and also listen to them more, because as a church, you need to listen to your members. What is eating them up? How can you help them? How can you engage them and uplift their spirit? So those personal attributes I have acquired from the church. Also, I have an experience. I got an experience to the electoral law when I was appointed as a returning officer. By the way, I was appointed as a returning officer 3 times. One, I went to preside over elections at a constituency called Ntonyiri in Maua. And again, I went to preside over the referendum, the 2005 referendum. I was the returning officer in charge of Kitui Central Constituency. I also got an opportunity to go to Makema by-election for a civic by-election. So I acquired that experience of electoral law. Though those days we only dealt with 3 elections, now there are 6 elections. Those days we had not embraced technology. Nowadays they have embraced technology. So that experience will help me discharge the mandate if given an opportunity to serve in the IEBC. I want to say also, from where I'm working today, I have acquired some competencies in compliance of law, because we engage the executive on matters of the public service staff. So we engage them by making a legal, some policy framework on how they can respect legal or laws like the Employment Act and so on and so forth. So I feel by those competencies, the experience, the exposure, the personal attributes, I can manage to bring that to the IEBC.
Thank you, Bishop.
Once given an opportunity. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you so much, Bishop, and I wish you all the very best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I invite Carol and Kituku to ask you some questions. Carol.
Thank you, Chair. Bishop Emeritus Chavwa.
Thank you, yes.
What do you understand to be the constitutional mandate of the IEBC? What is the mandate of the IEBC?
Thank you, Madam Catherine Ketuko. If I have gotten your question well through chair, I would say the constitutional mandate of the IEBC is very well stipulated. For one, the IEBC is in charge of managing the elections in all the phases, because we have 3 phases of in election. First, they are mandated to register voters. They are also mandated to inspect or to update the voters' roll. It is also their mandate to delineate and to delimit electoral boundaries, whether in the ward or constituency. Also, they have the mandate. When I was the returning officer, we were sent accredited observers, both local and international. So it is their mandate to accredit observers from local and international. I think also it is the mandate of the IEBC to ensure that the electoral process, as it is stipulated in the Constitution, it is simple, it is fair, it is credible, and it is transparent.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. So based on where you stopped, that the IEBC, whenever it conducts elections in Kenya, must ensure they are fair, credible, and transparent. The report of the Joint Parliamentary Select Committee on IEBC made several reforms that would seek to improve the electoral process and the involvement of the IEBC in that process. Can you please explain to us some of those key reforms that were recommended by the committee?
Thank you, Madam Catherine, for that question.
Caroline,
sorry. Through chair, this Parliamentary Joint Committee came up with various recommendations. And one of them goes as per the core values of the IEBC, and that is innovativeness. So in the area of innovativeness, there lies the technology aspect. And therefore, as per the recommendations, the IEBC has to embrace technology in the process of elections so that it can be free and fair. For example, in the technology, we have the voter registration through the BVR, biometrical voter registration. In our time, we used to register voters manually, and thereby having something that is handled by human being, is prone for errors. And therefore, to reduce the errors, technology on registration through the BVR, I think that is very proper. Another recommendation from the Parliamentary Joint Committee was so that we can have a credible election, was to have a multi-sectoral selection panel, like the one we have today, so that it is free from political interference, and thereby, because they are free from political interference, they will carry out the recruitment of IEBC commissioners fairly, based on merit. Also, and I think on the same note, Chair and members, that is where we find independence of the IEBC, the Independent Electoral Commission of Kenya. You know, I won't say in our country, but human beings sometimes, they are more on speaking words than actualizing them. So when you look at the name of this commission, Independent, an Electoral Commission of Kenya, the independence must be felt.
So what makes the IBC independent? Is it the use of the name independent or the word independent?
Yeah.
What are those things that the law has clothed IBC with that it speaks to its independence?
The IEBC, to be independent, first and foremost, there are set out laws and regulations that guides the operation of IEBC Commission in their operationalization. And therefore, if they are stickler to the laws and the regulations as enshrined in the Constitution, in the IEBC Act, in the Election Act, I think they will.
Okay, what
yes.
else apart from being established and founded in the law? Anything else that speaks to the independence of the IBC?
Oh, yes. The independence of IEBC also is anchored on, beside those regulations that govern it, the collaboration of IEBC with other actors like the Parliament, the judiciary, and others. That makes the IEBC to be. By the way, in the where I work today, we say County Public Service Board is independent, but actually it is not independent. It is quasi-independent, and I think the lawyers know the quasi-independent. I don't know about it so much, but I know the quasi-independent is that you claim that you are independent, but you are not independent because you depend on finances from the executive. So they can say, we are not going to give you sufficient funds. And then so for this body to be independent, they also need to be independent financially. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now ask Madam Koki to ask you some questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bishop Emeritus Chavoa.
Yes, Madam Daktari.
You have said that you worked with IEBC, ECK.
Yes, the defunct ECK.
Defunct ECK as a registration officer and as a returning officer. I would like to ask you a question on registration, the registration systems we have now. I'm sure you have been keeping in touch with what happened since the defunct ECK. So getting people onto the register is a critical first step in ensuring that there is a participation and inclusivity. The current methods that are being used for registration of voters in Kenya, how accessible and how secure are these methods for registration?
Thank you, Madam Daktari. Through Chair, as said, registration of voters is a key aspect of electoral process, and that is where one step that the Commission should be very careful on it as it undertakes registration of voters. Now, the methods used now, for example, registration through technology. This has its own challenges because you find that it does not go far to the, we call them mashinani, to the grassroots to do the registration. But I have on that, you know, as a management and leadership expert, we have to give a problem and the solution. I was exposed to outreach, gospel outreach, because we have the minority from those grassroots areas where they cannot access the registration models used now. We have to come up with a strategy of how we can reach them out there. I was looking at the population of Kenya and found that those who are between the 18 years to 25 and 25 to 35 constitute to around 8 million people. So, and I want to believe that these ones are now digital generation. But again, there is also the issue of online registration. The current generation, it's not like most of us, where we'll have the patience to go in the queue, yeah, for you wait until your fingerprint is taken and what, and then. So the current generation has to be, they cannot access that because of what they are today and the attitude. So we have to innovate a way, either by, we innovate through chair, we innovate online registration. So there are challenges also in that. And one challenge is that technology is not, there is that age gap that is not digital. And therefore also they get, even if you tell them to register online, they may not be able to do so because Bishop, even they do not have these touchy phones.
Bishop.
Yes.
You have already mentioned use of technology for accessibility.
Yes.
What else? What else can we use to access, to enable access for registration?
Thank you, Daktari. We have the technology. We have the methods of reaching those marginalized areas. And also,
how do you reach those marginalized areas?
This one is by, as I said in the church, by making mobile registration centers, those which are near to those people who are on the grassroots. I think that is one way of reaching them.
Thank you. Thank you, that's right.
Thank you, Daktari.
Thank you very much and all the best. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to invite FCPA Tanui to ask you some questions.
Askofu.
Yes, sir.
Kwanza mimi ni kupongeze kwa ile safari umepitia kwa masomo yako. I want to congratulate you for the efforts you've made in your academic journey.
Thank you and much important.
Yeah, and now that you are pursuing a doctorate in management and leadership, pongezi.
Asante.
Having seen where you come from. Now, County Public Service Board, do you have a budget of your own?
Yeah, we do not have.
Okay.
Actually, what happens is that the executive appropriates through the County Ministry of Treasury. They appropriate funds to departments. And therefore, at that aspect of finance, we are counted as a department of the executive.
Within
so
the
we are
executive.
allocated.
Oh, so you are allocated.
Yeah, we are allocated some funds.
So you don't prepare your own accounts? You don't?
Actually, we don't.
Okay.
Where we don't, maybe as SPA, if you give me time, where we don't actually do is when they are preparing the budget, at the County Public Service Board, we have the board secretary, who is the IE order, the accountant, the accounts officer. So he is invited to go and submit estimates. Yes.
That's okay. Now, one of the challenges IEBC have been going through is that they have not been following up on the issues that are raised by the Auditor General. Every year, the Auditor General gives a report, and there are several issues that they are raised, or audit matters that are raised. And they are supposed to be followed up by both the Commission and also through the Secretary to the Commission, who is the CEO. So what would you do if considered as a commissioner to ensure that there is full implementation of the audit issues that are raised by the Auditor General when they are looking at the affairs, finance, and other administrative matters of the Commission? Thank you.
Thank you, panelist Tanui. Through Chair, you know, it is one area to say it will be given money, and the audit does its own work, that is auditing. It concludes its report and then gives the recommendations. And there's another area of implementation. I think if I can be successful, if I can be given a chance to be an IEBC commissioner, one important aspect is to go and create an implementation office. This implementation office will go through the recommendations pointed out by the Auditor General and ensure that they correct, either they correct or up their game. This implementation, you remember, because we are all Kenyans and we've been here, the person or the group or the sector that came up with the idea of new constitution, which had been a cry for Kenyans for quite some time. He did it very well because he segmented the processes. After the constitution is promulgated, then there is a Department of Constitutional Implementation Commission, to ensure that that is done. And more so, there should be timelines. By the way, timelines is very important on the implementation part of it, so that if you are to take like 60 days to correct this and you don't correct, there is a penalty on the same. So you don't say, oh, I will do, or I will do. No, you have been overtaken. And when those timelines are set, I'm sure that is one of what we call at the County Public Service Board key indicator in performance, or key performance indicator. So we will establish that office.
Asante na nakutakia mema.
Thank you.
Back to you, Chair.
SEC.
Thank you. I want to ask Evans Misati to ask some questions. Evans.
Thanks so much. Yeah. Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you a question related to democracy. And I'm sure you'll be able to do that. Now, in a democratic process, it operates on the principle of delegated authority.
Sorry?
It operates on the principles of delegated authority.
Yes.
We elect our leaders and then we delegate them to work for us. Now, please name for us any two features of democracy.
Thank you.
I can name one for you, then you continue to name the others. In a democratic process, we get leaders through elections, not selection. So which are other features?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you for that question. It is true in democracy, we have to get leaders, representation through elections. But again, in democracy, we also come up with, we also think of an aspect of equalization. And therefore, from the experience is that there has been classes that has been underrepresented. And the one class that has been, or category that has been underrepresented is the women category. And therefore, if we want and if we subscribe to democracy values, equal representation is very key, and therefore, in our constitution, it has been spelled very clearly that we have to have nominations. We have to have nominations of women representatives. For example, we have around 16 women nominated by political parties in the Senate. We have another area that is underrepresented, and that is the people living with disabilities, because they also need to be represented at the representation table. And therefore, the Constitution has come out with some regulations that we have a special seats for them. And if I may quote, people with disabilities, we should have from the political parties 1 woman and 1 man. Also, there is another area or another category that is underrepresented, and that is the youth category. So the Constitution has spelled out how that class should be represented at the representation setup. And the political parties nominate one man or 1 youth man and 1 youth woman. I don't know whether I call that one a lady or a woman, so that they are also represented at the representation circle. I don't know whether I got to your question right.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you.
That's good. Now let's go back to the issue of the way citizenry look at the elected leaders, the common citizens, the Kenyan citizen. The way they, if you were to call out a scene of it today, Kenyans, they do not let their leaders in relation to the roles that they're supposed to play, oversight, legislative, and representation. But they rate them more so on social projects. So how does that affect the issue of representation?
Thank you, panelist Misati. Actually, there is something we call in electioneering process voter apathy. Voter apathy is where voters, they go, some of them go to the election or they go to the polling station and they don't know what is the exact aspect of electing a leader. And that is why they go after some persuasions. And therefore, as a commission, maybe, sorry, I'll go back there, we have to increase voter education so that they can know what is required during the election, electing their representatives, so that they don't just go there. Yes.
Do you think IEBC has got any business telling the citizenry the role of the elected leaders? What bearing does it have on IEBC?
The role of the IEBC there is very minimal.
I'm saying the
Yes.
role of the elected leaders. Once the leaders have been elected, be it MCAs, MPs, whatever. So does IEBC need to be concerned their role to the citizenry? Does it affect IEBC in any way? How they conduct their roles once they have been elected?
Thank you for that question, but I would think that the role of oversighting these leaders squarely is on the electorate. Where the IEBC comes in is where the electorate feels that we are underrepresented, and therefore in our constitution there's a clause of recall. So if they feel that their representatives are underperforming, there is a way. Although when I was trying to research on the modalities of recalling, I saw some ambiguities, so that it is not very clear on how electorate should recall their representatives. But those who get, including myself, if I get that opportunity, we have to make it very clear and also talk to the same representatives at Parliament and see whether we can have a clear way of recalling process.
Thanks so much, Bishop. The last question. You have now said the issue of the recall. What do you have to say about the way they use their devolved funds units, particularly CDF, if it's an MP or county government? Now that we are working in the county governments, does the way the governor uses money at the local level affect any work of the IEBC by any standard? That's what I wanted to come out from you.
I think I am not very clear on what role should IEBC play on that, but you see now, we have reports every now and then from the Auditor General, the Controller of Budget, on the misuse of these funds. This was not done. This was not done the right way. But again, that is as pertains the CDF and the money that is appropriated to the county governments. But even before we go there, we also have money appropriated for the IEBC. So how do you deal with that first? Yes.
So much, Bishop. I wish you well. All the best.
Thank you.
Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Fatuma to ask some questions, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Chavo,
Yes, ma'am.
would you kindly tell the panel what systems and safeguards you would propose to ensure transparency and verifiability of vote counting and result transmission? Remember, this has been affecting public perception. The electoral rigging and malpractice has been affecting the public perception. So if you are to change that perception, what systems and safeguards would you propose to ensure that there is transparency and verifiability of the vote counting and the result transmission?
Thank you, panelist Saman. Through Chair, we have various methods or approaches to ensure that the election is fairly processed. And one of them, when I talked about technology. At the polling station, I remember when I was trying to do some research through Chair, I remember I came across the minor KI case, which pointed out that the tallying at the polling station is final, and it should not be interfered with. So we, as an IEBC commissioner and the election staff, that temporary election staff, first of all, they should be trained on the importance of the transparency, carrying out transparency and fair electoral process. And therefore, one, at the polling center, the tallying should be open. The process should be open. We do have observers. This tallying should be open to the observers to see. Again, we also have candidate agents and the party agents. They should access that process of tallying. And in the same technology, the transmission, I think those days we were using forms of 27A, 27B, but nowadays they are using the form 34A. So these forms should be signed by all the agents, party agents and candidate agents. In transmission, also the technology should be embraced. And I remember sometimes, I think some 2 or 3 weeks ago, the Kenyan government launched an AI, that is artificial intelligence program. I think it's not a program, but a paper for 2025 to 2030. And therefore, we must embrace the AI as much as the process of electioneering is concerned. So the transmission should be as open as possible. Also, there's something else. We have the media. The media plays a critical role in the electioneering period. And therefore, the process should be open to them so that they can inform the public. You know, when you don't inform someone, you either disinform or misinform. And therefore, to avert that disinformation and the misinformation, we have to be open to the media. And sometimes, I think there is no harm when you show or when you allow the agents to photograph the form. That is the form 34A. And also when they send it to the constituency tallying center, also the returning officer there should as it tallies for the constituency. It should be open, it should be done in an open way, and after that, it should allow those agents to photograph that, so that amounts to accountability, that amounts to transparency, that amounts to openness here. And therefore, in one sentence, as a management and leadership expert, I would say we should have, and we should embrace, and we should encourage corporate governance within the IEBC process. That one will give us a mileage, and the public will have trust in us. Thank you.
On the transmission of the results real time, what is the difference? Because the last time this was happening, what would be different? And when you say AI, what's the magic about AI?
Yes, you know, the technology has its own challenges, and that is the hacking aspect. And therefore, the IEBC should come up with systems of safeguarding the information, that it is not accessed by the public or foreigners. And that is, sometimes we use a blockchain system. We also have firewalls systems to ensure that we have protected the data of the voters as it is required by the Data Protection Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I invite Bore to ask some questions. Bore, please.
Thank you very much, Chair and Bishop. I also want to join my friend and panelists to congratulate you on the achievement.
Thank you.
Yes, and the pursuits that you are still doing at this age.
Thank you.
Now, given a chance to serve as the IEBC commissioner or member, what measures will you take to ensure that your personal conduct, both online and offline, reflects the dignity and neutrality required of an IEBC commissioner and the commission itself?
Oh, thank you so much, Member Bore, through Chair. One key aspect is that the IEBC commissioners and also the staff are guided by regulations which spells out code of conduct, which is very key, which spells out how a public officer should behave, whether in the office or outside, and I think it is captured in the Public Ethics Act. Yeah, and again, to attain that, once you get in there, you must declare your assets, your worthiness. You must declare your worthiness, and this should be done periodically. And through Chair, I would say, while there, we have to establish an ethical committee or ethical board to keep on monitoring the behaviors of the commissioners, and also the senior staff or the staff or the election staff. So another aspect is that one should not behave in a way that will damage the reputation of the commission, because we are supposed to be non-partisans. And therefore, whether offline, you know, there are these social applications that people use, like Twitter, there should be no comment that will be that will put the commission to a bad shape. And then therefore, we should be guided by the regulations, by the laws, and always we should be at that. Whether you are in the office, whether you are performing an official duty, or whether you are outside. And there's something else, sorry, through Chair Bwana Bore, that is very also key, and that is the association. Who do you associate with? Because peers have some influence. So you should be very careful when you become a commissioner, when you are a senior IEBC staff or other election officials, on who you associate yourself with. Through Chair, I will say one thing, which is normally said. Just show me your friends, and I will know the kind of person you are. And that is very important, Bwana Bore. So, and I will say that is not curtailing the freedom of association. But being there, you must adhere to the etiquette of that status. Yeah.
Thank you, Bishop, and all the best.
Thank you, Bwana Bore. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Professor Adams, please.
Thank you, Chair, Bishop Emeritus. First, I want to thank you from a different perspective, that many a time selection panels have interreligious council members as a key stakeholder. Yet in terms of that stakeholder offering themselves to be at the commission has been a little bit thin. Therefore, you are being here to go and be a stakeholder within IEBC is an improvement from just being a member or being represented in the selection panel. I say that because whenever there has been any electoral disputes or any breakdown in the country, the religious sector has been at the forefront in trying to mediate or get the country to come back. And therefore, I'm really interested in seeing how, if at all you are to be a commissioner, what is it that you would bring to the table where the commission is sitting, not only to reduce the trust deficit, but also to end up building confidence so that Kenyans of different political divides can say that there is an impartial, independent, electoral boundary commission. And hence my question. As a member of the IEBC, you will be expected to anticipate future electoral challenges. How would you align the Commission's objectives with Kenya's evolving political landscape and the demographic changes? You know what happened during the Gen Z drama when your churches were invaded.
Yeah, sure.
So tell us, what should we do?
Thank you, Prof, for that good question. Through Chair, as we have put it, whenever there are issues, there needs some mediation. There needs to be also negotiations. As a church minister, that is one of the skills or quality that I got. And how do you do this? What methodology do you use to gain back the confidence of the public? And as you have said, that the Kenyans will say, truly yes, that commission as a servant of the Lord who has guided, the commission towards the right direction. One of them, we should increase communication, and not only communication, but open communication. Because in every area, when there is lack of communication, everybody will just try to come up with his own idea. This is what is happening. So I would bring in that skill of communication. We can even deliberate, because at the board, I looked at the commission and the board where I am, and it's only the levels of engagements, but they almost operate alike, because at the board we have committees that deliberate on issues, they research on issues and bring them to the board, to the full board for deliberations, for either to be approved or for either to be adjusted upward or something, you go back. So at the commission also, there is that formation of committees. So, and these committees now, and I think there has been a problem from what I have read and looked at on, and that is a management problem. Whenever there is no clear roles spelled out, there is an ambiguity. And this ambiguity can exist between the chair and the commissioners, or the commission and the secretariat, or the whole commission and the public, or the commission and the other election actors. And therefore, what can avert that? If we can have a center of giving out updates on where we are today on various aspects, then we'll avert that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Prof.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Prof, you have 2 last questions, please.
Bishop Emeritus.
Yes, Prof.
You know, somebody who goes by the title Emeritus should not be asked questions where they think very much. But seeing you, I see you are somebody. You are a traveled man in your profession, and I believe you know Africa well. So I'll restrict myself to Africa.
Sure, sure.
Which African country was known by the colonial name Southern Rhodesia?
That is an history of many years ago, but
it went through what Kenya
I
went.
would think, my prof, you know, also in the academy we respect the profs, the title of prof, because we are anticipating to be doctors.
Yes.
As our chair there and others, and therefore, I would say, I would say Rhodesia was Zimbabwe.
Who? This is my last, so that Bishop Emeritus is not put on the dock for too long. Who was the first president of post-apartheid South Africa?
Wow. Thank you, Prof. That one, I learned when I was doing my bachelor's on international relationship unit.
Yes.
And this was none other than Nelson Mandela.
Emeritus you are indeed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have appreciated our discussion. I don't know whether you have any comment or question to make as we draw towards the end.
Thank you, Chair. As we conclude this session, as a bishop, I am guided by values of integrity, transparency, and fairness, which to me, I believe, they are very essential for the success of IEBC election process. I commit to uphold these principles to ensure or on ensuring free, fair, and credible elections. I want to justify why my name as a bishop. We look at there is a verse in the Bible, that is Proverbs 11 verse 3, that states, the integrity of the upright guides them, but unfaithful are destroyed by their deception. And therefore, given an opportunity, I will discharge my mandate with all the honesty and the accountability. And I look forward for that opportunity so that I can do the much awaited dispensation to our mother country, Kenya. God bless you, Chair. God bless these panel members, and God bless our country, Kenya.
Thank you very much, and God bless you too. You will find your certificates at the door as you exit. The notebook is yours, and the pen, and even the water if you so wish. Thank you, and blessings. Welcome to lunch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Asante. Okay. Media, you want to give us a few minutes as you exit for lunch, kindly? We shall be back at 2:40. My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chair of this selection panel. And let me say that we are grateful for your demonstration of interest in the position that was advertised for member of the IEBC Commission. And congratulations for being shortlisted. I want to invite my colleagues here to introduce themselves to you before we come to you. Thank you. Vice Chair.
Good afternoon, Madam. My name is Linda Kiome. I serve this panel as a Vice Chair. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this interview session. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Commissioner Emeritus Kemunto, how are you?
Very well.
Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Thank you.
Mrs. Nyambute, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam.
Caroline Kituko, a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Joyce. Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Thank you, Prof.
Good afternoon, Daktari.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Nyabuti.
Good afternoon.
Karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Joyce Nyabuti. My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you to this interaction session.
Thank you.
Now we will come to you and ask that you briefly, within 5 minutes or so, introduce yourself, highlight your career profile and those significant milestones that are important for us to note. Let us know if you are a recipient of any award or honors, and if you belong to any professional society or group. Please proceed, Madam Joyce. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members. My name is Joyce Kemto Nyabuti from Nyamira County. I am a human resource management and development expert of over 34 years of professional experience in human resource management matters, transformative leadership, and governance. Chair, I have my academic background. I have a Bachelor of Arts degree from UON, a master's degree from Catholic University, a PhD from Kabarak University, or majoring in human resource management. I hold 2 diplomas, one in human resource management and in strategic security studies from UON. Chair, I also have a professional certificate in human resource audit from the Royal Institute of, from RIPA, the Royal Institute of Public Administration in London. And I have numerous training courses, which I may not mention all of them, in management and leadership, of which I trained in a strategic leadership course from the Kenya School of Government. And while I was at the National Intelligence Service, I also underwent a leadership training. And while as a commissioner, I underwent an ethics and leadership training program. I am a career public servant, I would say that. I've worked in several MDAs, but my last assignment, I was a commissioner at the Public Service Commission from the year 2019 to January this year, 2025. At the commission, particularly assigned to me, we used to work in committees, and I belonged to 3 different committees where I provided with the HR policies and advisory and oversight. I was the chair of the Terms and Conditions of Service of the Public Service Commission, where I oversaw and actually did the development of various HR policies. To mention a few, the Human Resource Management Manual, the disciplinary control, and also provided various advisory to the MDAs. And in particular, I handled over 26,000 officers in various MDAs in terms of competitive promotion, and over 36,000 for...
What are MDAs?
Ministries, departments, and agencies.
Okay, please.
Over 36,000 under succession management. It was realized that in the public service there is a gap, and we had to carry out that. I also had an assignment. I was a member of the Public Service Transformation Committee. And that's why I'm saying that I've been involved in transformation leadership, where we oversee the performance management in the MDS, and also worked towards having an efficient and effective service in terms of service delivery and ensuring that our client, who are the citizens, are happy with the services. So what I did in particular is that we came up with the performance management frameworks to enable guide how the public servants can perform. Among them, it involves the performance management framework, including performance contracting, setting performance targets, and the KPA, key performance indicators, and having M&E and how we should follow on that. I was also a member of the CQA, we call it Compliance and Quality Assurance, in which we developed, the 6 years I was there, each year we improved the report, which we were giving annually, which we were giving it to the President and Parliament. It was a report on the status of compliance of the values and principles of public service. So we were following and monitoring whether the MDAs, the ministries, departments, and agencies, are doing what is expected of them according to Article 10 and 232 of the Constitution, Chair. The other assignments, Chair, that I handled as a commissioner, I chaired.
Do you want to go to another commission you have been or another place you've been? We have heard about PSC.
Okay.
I'll quickly go to another
I
one,
will
please.
go to another one,
Yeah.
but briefly, Chair, if you allow me, that I chaired many panels while at the commission. That one, when we recruited the principal secretaries, and we also I handled various assignments of vice chancellors, deputy vice chancellors from various universities, even listening to chancellors of universities. We're not calling it an interview, it was an interactive session. And Chair, sorry, allow me also to say that I'd been nominated to several selection panels. Prior to being a commissioner at the Public Service Commission Chair, I worked as a deputy director, human resource management at the National Intelligence Service, where I also oversaw the development of strategic HR policy framework, like the performance management system, which enabled them to be able to meet their targets, and the human resource information management system. I was also a trainer, an instructor at the National Intelligence Academy, so I'm a trainer also, even by training. I was also the editor-in-chief of a journal. Actually, I was the pioneer editor-in-chief of a journal at the National Intelligence Academy. And Chair, to finish, I also worked in various, now MDS. I worked at the Public Service Commission Secretariat. Actually, before I went to National Intelligence Service, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Agriculture and Development then, and the Ministry of Cooperative Development. And so, as I finish, I am a member of the Institute of Human Resource Management, and I've been awarded the Moran of the Panning Spear. Thank you.
Have you also been a member of NGC or another commission or any other?
Yes, I've been a member of the Employment and Labor Relations Court. That's a member of the Employment and Labor Relations Court from the year 2020 to date.
Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Joyce Kemunto Nyabuti, you have a wealth of experience. It's exemplary. I'm excited. At the same time, I would want you to tell this panel what's different, what skills, what competencies, what exposure and experience are you bringing to the table as an IEBC commissioner, looking at the environment at which IEBC conducts its business? Skills, competencies, exposure, experience.
Thank I could wish that if I'm appointed a member of the IPC, I will bring the issue of the transformative leadership, which means this is about innovation, creativity, and automation of activities in the Commission. Thinking out of the box, bringing out new things. I know there is automation at the IPC, but we could take it to another level. Come up with a policy to enable the seamless that is in the cycle, the electoral cycle, from the voter registration to the final one. We do the results transmission. What new thing can we bring? Can I come with? And in this, I have this skill of transformative leadership. Madam, I could also come up with the skill of corporate governance. And this I did at the Public Service Commission. How do we do it? You can come up with the service charter. At the Public Service Commission, we used to have a charter for the Secretariat and the board charter. The board charter enabled us to, well, at the IPC, there were issues of, there was a lift of the commissioners. We saw that. So if we have a board charter, it enables members of the board to have consultation, consensus, when we are handling decisions. That's another skill, is actually decision making, which is transparent. And all of us, if we are discussing an issue and you can't agree, then you can defer and call for a special meeting so that you can be able to agree on this. Another skill is interpersonal skills and teamwork. This by training, even this is what I facilitate when I have an opportunity to give topical issues to students. I will come up with programs of having trainings, even team building among the commissioners, because we will be commissioners from various backgrounds. If you have team building sessions, maybe even out of the office, you understand somebody you didn't know, and then you are able to gel or have the cohesion. That's another skill I can come with. Another skill, or I don't know whether it can fall under competencies. I'm very good in organization structure. That's organization design. If I'm appointed and the chair of the commission allows me to prepare, to review the organization structure of IEBC. At the PSC, I chaired a commission of 3 commissioners. We were given an assignment of reviewing the PSC structure. We reviewed it, and it's currently on force. That is what I could say a legacy I left from there. It is a very progressive and motivating structure. And when the structure is good, the staff, it impacts on the staff, it motivates the staff, and at the same time, the staff are able to perform and produce. And then I'm sure we will impact on our stakeholders at EACC and work on this issue of trust and confidence in the public. And while on that, then, another skill is communication, communication skills and information sharing. And we used to do this at the commission. If there is an issue you see you counter it before it gets by having timely communication of sharing information to the public. How do we do it? You can do it in the media, print media. It can be in the website. If you go to the PSC website, now I can assume at the IEPC, you are able to see some information. And by so doing, we are improving our public trust or public image, I will call it, and through the confidence from the public. I see there are many.
Thank you. Those are enough.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I invite Caroline to ask some questions. Ms. Kituko, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Nyambuti, I need clarity. You said you're a member of the Employment and Labor Relations Court.
The committee. There's a committee where I am a member, and I was appointed by virtue of being a commissioner at the Public Service Commission, so that we could look at employment matters. And in particular, what we did, we were able to do...
I just need clarity because I had court, and court is for judges. So I got a bit confused. The committee, where is it? Under which organ of the state is it under?
It's under the judiciary.
The committee under the Labor Relations Court.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you for that. I just needed clarity. So, it is the mandate of the IBC to undertake boundaries delimitation. What are some of the key principles that should you become successful to be a member of the IBC that you should follow through to ensure and to meet the legal requirement that promotes fair representation in the exercise of boundaries delimitation?
Thank you, Madam. Boundary delimitation is one of the functions of the IEBC, and if I become a commissioner, we will get out fast because there is no more time left, and come up with what I could call an implementation matrix. That is a plan of action on what needs to be done fast with the time frame. If it's a matrix, we'll have the strategy we'll have in place, the activities involved, who is responsible, the resources in terms of human resource, finance also, and then what are the expected outputs and the expected output. In a boundary delimitation, Madam, we need to carry out the data from the ground. Are there some of the constituencies where we need to have change of name, change of the numbers, so that we have already the data to be able to...
Okay. So the law, particularly the Constitution, has put in place certain legal requirements that must be applied by IBC whenever it is carrying out boundaries delimitation. So this is to ensure that there is fair representation and they adhere to the constitutional provisions. What are some of these mechanisms or these things that the law has put in place that IBC ought to take into account when doing boundaries delimitation exercise?
The total number of, that is the population census, by the number of constituencies, which we have 290 of them. Then you have to look at the infrastructure. That is the infrastructure of that place. Is it a city grown? That is in terms of the market centers, the infrastructure generally, on whether they meet that requirement. Then you also have to look at I think also the issue of the culture of those people. What are their culture? Because it will imply or it will impact on the boundary delimitation. Yes.
Okay. What is the place or what is the role of public participation in the boundaries delimitation process?
Thank you for that. Yes, public participation is very key. You have to involve the citizens and those ones at the ground to be able to participate so that they don't bring any issues. And this is a requirement by law, by the way, according to Article 232. You have to carry out the public participation so that all of us inclusive are included when the boundary delimitation is eventually done. The process is a process from collection of data to the approval in Parliament.
Lastly, what is the role of the court in the process of boundaries delimitation? Do you see how the court gets involved? Can you explain to us how?
Yes, we have there will be disputes. There are likely to be disputes when we are dealing with the boundary delimitation. So the courts will listen to those petitions and hope that they facilitate, they move faster So there are likely to be disputes, and that's why we need to do civic education so that the people on the ground understand why the boundary delimitation is being done, and even the stakeholder engagement, so that all that involved understand.
Thank you so much. I wish you well. Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to invite Madam Koki to ask you some questions. Koki, please.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Nyabuti, please tell the panel and the audience watching you from home 5 challenges that can occur, or challenges to election day activities.
Thank you, Madam. Yeah, there are likely to be actually very many challenges to occur during there is election violence. There will be groups out to come out with that. There will be intimidation from the interested parties. There could be from the political class, from the political parties. It could be intimidation of the voters to influence them to vote in a certain pattern. There will be a problem of double registration on that particular day. Another challenge which is likely to occur during the voting is that a voter can go to the location to vote. Then maybe he realizes that he or she, the name is not there. Then this will bring up an issue. It will actually bring up an issue on the same. Then it more or less related to the double. Some will be double registration. Some will go there and find their names are not there for various reasons. Maybe they were not eligible. They were not eligible to be registered, but they have come to the center to vote.
I'm asking not for challenges to registration. I'm asking challenges to election day activities, the things that happen during the day of elections, not during registration.
Okay. I don't need to repeat what I said. Another challenge could be technology. The technology can either fail or the issues of technology in transmission of the results, or when a voter wants to vote and it can't be identified. There is that identification, whether you are eligible to vote. Yeah. Then the issues of...
Thank you, Daktari. If you are successful, how will you handle this? How will you prevent these challenges from occurring on the election day?
Yes, one, I mentioned like the issues of intimidation, bribery. As a commissioner, what I'll do, training. We need to do a lot of training just before the election day. Also, the issues of civic education, so that we can make the voters aware that they have a right to vote and they have a right to register. And that they can understand that if you have a right to vote and you have already registered properly, you don't need to be influenced or intimidated on that particular day. You already know how you are going to vote. In fact, another challenge I could mention that while on that same one, we usually find old people going to vote on that particular day. Some of them who are illiterate. Then you will find there are people on the ground who mislead them. So to be able to counter this is that training. And for the old people, the kind of training we can do is how to reach them. We can do it in the media, vernacular radio stations, so that they get the information. Technology. As for technology, what we could do, Madam, is to come up with a policy that will make technology transparent and understood. And I think we can also allow demonstration. Just demonstration, of course, to the officials. so that when they are on the ground guiding the voters, they are doing the right thing.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Nyabuti, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I would like to ask FCPA Tanui to ask you some questions. FCPA, please.
Thank you, Chair. And mine, it's on governance issues, and appreciating the fact that Public Service Commission is one of the oldest commissions in this country. I think it is one of those surviving commissions from 1963 Constitution. In terms of independence of commissions, I'm looking at to what extent is PSC and by extension IEBC independent?
Thank you, CPA. Independence, that's a very key. Independence, constitutional commissions are expected to be independent according by law. It is spelled out in the Constitution. This is whereby you carry out the business of the board without external interference. Of course, there would be interference. How do you manage it? So the way of managing, and this is what I can bring to the IPC, is to develop codes of conduct. Very clear, such that when you are in the board as a commissioner, you know what you are guided by that code of conduct. Actually, there is a board charter. And each time adherence to the rule. When you're doing an issue, you refer to a particular article and what you are expected to do. And then you'll be able to manage your independence. The other one is in terms of decision-making. Decision-making should be transparent and clear. If there is a member, maybe, in the board who is differing, then
and as you continue answering, yes, I want you to reflect on the judgment by the court,
yes,
on the appointment of chief administrative secretaries. You remember the CSS?
Yes.
That you had that had been appointed through, interviewed by PSC. And talk of those interferences, code of conduct, in as far as the mandate of a commission like PSC, and now would that be replicated if you are to become a commissioner at IEBC?
Thank you. If I can refer to the one you have just mentioned, the CAS. Actually, as a commissioner, while at the PSC, we stuck to the rule. And it was very clear. We had carried out public participation. And when we communicated, we actually communicated that it was allowed that 23 of the CSS, that is the Chief Administrative Secretary, could be appointed. So each time, we referred to the law. And even when you are making communications to the appointing authority, it is detailed and it is clear. You know there is somewhere where it ends. The commission has to do up to this level, and the other level, there's another level handling. So we did everything possible. Public participation was done, and those jobs were created, and the number was clear, I think 23.
So what lessons, I want you to draw lessons from your experience at PSC. Now, if you move into IEBC, what controls, what measures will you put in place to ensure there is independence? And as you do that also, you refer to your engagement between PSC and SRC in terms of governance. There's been back and forth between SRC and PSC in terms of who should do what, who should not do what. Similar to PSC versus SCAC, who should do what in terms of independence of these constitutional commissions. And even, and you told us you are the chair of, there's a committee at
Terms and Conditions.
Terms and Conditions.
Yes, yes.
Even the structure, you told us you did the structure of PSC. You are responsible for that structure. And I do remember you did a structure, you advertised to fill those positions, and you cancelled the advert. Those adverts, there were some deputy commission secretaries. Yeah, and appreciating your role and your background and your experience in these certificates. So those experiences that you've gone through, how will it help you if you are to become a commissioner at IEBC?
Thank you. Maybe I will, in brief, I could mention what I could bring around to ensure independence at the IEBC. And I think I briefly already mentioned in the outgoing. One is to come up with a code of conduct which is clear on the do's and don'ts of the board. It's to be able to deal with the consultation and consensus when it deals with decision making. And when you do your decisions, the decisions should be transparent and clear. If there is a dissenting member, you can record that. I think we used to have a register of conflict of interest. So you can record that. And also, even these soft sport skills like team building, going out, it used to work around. And in fact, in terms of consultation and consensus, and I think I mentioned if there's need, you can defer an issue you are not agreeing to a special meeting and only have a meeting of commissioners, because at times, meetings, you do have the secretariat. The commissioners are on, you discuss and agree on various issues. Let me go to what you mentioned. Yes, I see that I handled the structure, and I'm very proud of it. It is on. You see, the commission, the PSC is independent. So the structure you can do. What you need to raise with SRC is in terms of the salaries now, if there is any salary increment. But we did it in such a way that it fell in place with the salary structures which were there. Actually, what happened is that the structure was elongated to a short, making people not to be able to be promoted. So that is when you go to the SRC. And I like the way you said, yes, we used to have PSC and SRC, but it is very clear. PSC is in the Constitution and the mandate of the PSC. The PSC deals with the terms and conditions of service of public service. And it advises on their salaries and allowances. Then SRC goes ahead and sets without consultation. One time they said allowances, and we said, you didn't consult. We need to have a consultation with the PSC and agree. What SRC does is that it sets salaries for state officers. It is very clear that one is their mandate. But for public servants, it is a sole mandate of the PSC to deal with the terms, and the terms are wide. It is from salaries, allowances, to how even the facilities that you have in place. So we used to be guided by the law, adherence to the law, and referring to each time. Of course, we used to have consultation. We could have meetings with them most of the time, and they would agree. Then the last one you mentioned about the structure with the SCAC. In fact, twice the court told PSC, this is your job. The first time they told us, like, you have been sleeping on the job. It's not supposed to be done by SCAC. And maybe that's the reason why the one you are saying was cancelled. When you do structures, they have to be approved by the PSC because it's their mandate to do that. They develop structures for MDS, ministries, departments, and agencies, and even develop career guidelines, all the HR instruments. We have 4 different HR instruments. The structure, the career guidelines, and advice, they come also up with the salary scales, because they have the skills there. You have the salary scale, but now this scale, you write to SRC for approval. We also don't interfere with their mandate. We recommend so that they can agree.
So in terms of independence, you didn't receive any call that I want so-and-so to be shortlisted for PS, so-and-so to be shortlisted for principal secretary, vice chancellor. No such calls were
No
there
such calls, no such calls. In fact, I chaired one of our permanent secretaries. I chaired a committee. You know, we were 9, including the chair. And so we had several boards. I chaired one of the boards. We ensured every board has 2 commissioners and senior officers of the commission so that we can, there's a lot of work there, so that we could
Why I'm
clear.
asking that question, you know what happened transpired, or what happened at Bomas, eh?
Yes, yes.
The pressure that commissioners go through when they want to declare results.
Yes, yes.
And
Yeah.
therefore, we want to establish whether your experience at Public Service Commission will be of any help as you transition. Now, another area, and sorry, Chair, I may take long. She's a practitioner as a commissioner. Now, one of the findings of the IEBC in their post-election evaluation report is that staff of IEBC faced a lot of harassment, threats, and logistical challenges during the election period, including tragic incidents involving returning officers. So using your experience as a HR practitioner and having, because you've been an HR practitioner all your life, and also your tenure as a commissioner, what staff welfare and protection mechanism would you recommend to enhance the security and the welfare of IEBC staff? Thank you.
In terms of welfare, that's a very good one. In terms of welfare, we can come up with a policy of how the staff, I don't want them to be involved in the harassment and all that, but it happens. And if it happens, what do you do? This is an officer. When you see an officer, when you see a file, it has several people behind. There's the wife or the husband and children. So that we have a welfare policy to be able to have these officers compensated. Security. Security is very key for the staff. It's very unfortunate if they go to the field and they are attacked. So as a commissioner, I would wish that it's what we call the multi-agents. We form a multi-agents task force when it is about time to go for elections, where we team up with the officers from various security agencies, so that rather than going around, we should get the various security agencies, the police, the KDF, if need be, and then IS, so that they are a team, and then other private ones. You know, at the local, we have village heads, so that they can be able to manage this violence. And also, we also involve the NGAO, the national government officers on the ground. And on the ground, you know, we also have Nyumba Kumi. We involve everybody because they will be at the location level. But to be able to manage this, we can develop a policy guideline at all those various stages. We have the leader of Nyumba Kumi, we have the village elder, then we have the sub-chief, we have the chief, and the ACCs, that is the assistant commissioner. Yes, so to ensure that when the IEBC officers on the ground are safe, and if anything happens to them, they are answerable. And this can only be covered in a policy.
Now, just to pick up, sorry for this, to pick up on the use of NGAO, the DCC. Now, on that compromise the independence of the commission, because they will be seen to be using the national administration to undertake their mandate, and which is part of government, and yet you are supposed to be independent as a commission?
Thank you. I don't mean that they will be on the ground as such. This is the planning process for the elections. When you know elections will be carried out on a particular day, these multi-agents, they will come together and come up with modules or scenarios on how this should be. It actually should be on the background. They are not the ones to be on the ground. They should come up with strategies on how to manage this.
Thank you, Chair, and I wish you all the best.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Misati.
Thanks so much, Chair. Dr. Choice, I want to ask you a question related to Section 88, Article 88 of the Constitution. The role of the IEBC has several mandates, but I want you to say among the roles that IEBC is mandated to do, just mention 2 items that IEBC can do before the 2027 general election, and 2 of the roles that they cannot do between now and 2027.
Okay, what they can do and what they cannot do. What IEBC needs to do before the next general election is there's a matter of urgency to start with the stakeholder engagement. Look for, we have state and non-state actors as our stakeholders. So we come up with a strategy or a policy framework to guide on how we start the stakeholder engagement just before the elections. That is in terms of civic education, voter registration, I think all the facets of the election cycle, so that they can be able to understand. And we can do this, is what I like saying, like clinics. They can hold clinics from the grassroots. Those are the forums, from the location to the county to the region and the cascade all the way. What else can also be done is technology. Maybe we could come up with a policy. I know the technology is there. There is a policy, is to review it, so that this technology can be transparent to avoid having blame of technology at the end of it when the votes have been cast, transmitted, and tallied. Now we can't agree and we are blaming technology. I think that's something as the commissioners should be able to do.
Anything that you think that is within their role that they cannot do between now because of any other circumstances or timeline or anything?
Yeah, one could be, I think, the boundary delimitation. But there is something they can do. You get there, you can do what you are able to do within that time frame. But according to the law, you see that's been caught up with time.
Thanks so much, Dr. Choice, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask Fatuma to ask some questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Nyabuti. Yeah, have I pronounced it properly? Nyabuti. Okay. And Dr. we've seen how the lack of voter and civic education has disenfranchised communities, particularly those in the rural areas and those from marginalized areas, or rather far to reach areas. And how would you design and implement a national voter education strategy that reaches to all this and takes care of their interests, all segments of the society, and that focuses also on what actually would interest them? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam. In terms of voter education, that is actually training. How do we reach those who need to, actually it's everybody, all citizens need to be educated in terms of voter education, civic education.
But with a particular focus,
Yes.
These people who are in the rural areas, very marginalized, you know why they are peculiar from everybody else?
Yes.
some of them do not know English language or Kiswahili.
Yes.
Then you would have situations where majority of those people who provide help to organizations that do civic education might not give enough resources to these communities. So the things that are specific to them. And the scenario would be, if I give you the background, is that some are illiterate, some are politically unconscious, they are complacent with the situation.
True.
And they can't even make informed decisions. So even if you were to talk of public participation, it wouldn't be effective because they actually do not know what their rights are,
True.
what voting means, and all that. So I'm talking about a specific type of people, not every Kenyan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam. What we could do as the IEBC commissioners is to develop programs or even training materials and do this by radio transmission. And in particular, you can go to the vernacular radio stations and maybe increase the time of airtime. When is that time these illiterate people, in those communities, like sitting around the fireplace and the radio is there, then we target those ones. We can also target having parasas and use the roko, those that they listen to. You know, some cultures, not anybody can talk to anybody. I think I've experienced that. They would say you are a woman, and yet you have information you want to pass. So you get the village elders, the opinion readers, and give them the materials. Maybe sensitize them to go and sensitize and empower them. Empower those who are able to go and meet them to be able to get this information. And it also, as I've already mentioned, it touches on culture, their way of life. But if you go to them the way they would want, they will listen. And this will be very key so that we are able to tell them their rights, that they have their right to also come and vote. So they are from the marginalized groups, people in far-flung places in this country. We also have the marginalized in terms of, we also have people living with disabilities. And at times, I don't know why, women are also grouped among those ones. So how do we, and children who are able to vote, of course, who are eligible to vote, how we get them. And thinking out of the box, Madam, I could wish that going forward, if I'm a commissioner, we introduce a program in schools, in school, so that people are taught on the importance of going to vote, on the importance of their rights to vote. Yes.
I like the fact that you kept on saying the way they like, according to their culture, who they listen to. What does that mean? Before voter education content is developed, what does that mean? If you are to understand how they think, how they do things, who they prefer, what is it that the Commission needs to do before coming up with the content?
We carry out research. We go and do research, get data, analyze, and in fact, you can do messaging. A small message targeting them, and in their vernacular or Kiswahili, if they are getting Kiswahili. Then it will be the message in the village.
Thank you very much. I think sometimes one size fits all has been the disadvantage to this community. So thank you very much for that, and I wish you well, Dr.
Thank you very much. I invite Bore to also ask some questions, please. Mr. Bore.
Madam Daktari, the Election Act and the IEBC Act emphasizes accountability in electoral management. In your various roles that you played in this government, describe a decision you made in leadership role that was unpopular but very necessary, and how you ensure transparency. How did you ensure transparency, and how did you handle the backlash, if there was?
A leadership challenge.
Yes. That was very unpopular.
Thank you, Nicodemus. Yes, I think I have a leadership challenge that I handled. And this was, I said I have skills in public sector reforms. It was a reform program that I handled. That is, and it relates to change, actually change management. I was the champion, and that is in terms of performance management system. And it was very, very unpopular. I handled the reform from late 1990s, I think even to current. And you see, in performance management, we were coming up with programs where officers were supposed to be accountable of the work they are doing. We are setting performance targets and we are setting the key performance indicators. And they were not comfortable. It's like this program is going to take our work from our core business. So how I managed this is that I was the champion of it, and I referred to the HR instruments and documents that it is necessary to have accountability of the work you are doing by being able to measure. You know, someone say that the work I do, you can't measure. There's no work which cannot be measured. If we are not measuring it, then you are not doing it. How we managed is that we came up with the core. In every department, there were the task people who were championing this idea of reform. And we realized that in reforms, you have to start from the top. You get the buy-in from the top, then you cascade down. I think that was the greatest leadership challenge I could say I encountered. And at the end of the day, when they agreed to the reform program, to date, they say this is very good, the performance management systems.
So with that experience in mind, how would you improve the trust deficit of at the IEBC?
One is to improve the trust deficit, which is raw, is to communication, is to have timely communication of information. Sorry if I might even now then mix. You know, when there is no much information on the ground and people have a lot of misinformation and disinformation and they are talking ill about the IPC, we need to counter, to be reactive, to be proactive, sorry. You need to be very proactive and have timely transmission of information. The other one is to ensure that we are transparent in the decisions that we make, even in the technology. I think I've already mentioned this. How do you get transparent? Is to come up with a code of conduct. One for the board, which has do's and don'ts, and one even for the secretariat. They also have what we call service charters, which will guide on what they are able to do. And if the citizens know what we are doing, then we will be increasing our level of confidence. In fact, what we say even generally in the public service, like in the Public Service Commission, the vision is that we want to be a citizen-centric public service. What does that mean? That mwananchi, who are our citizens, are the first client that we have. And whenever you are delivering a service, do it to your excellence. And actually, we have managed that through the Huduma centers. I one time was doing a benchmarking in Australia, and we went to such a center, and the center is busy, and their centers are online. People are reporting, that is, they're giving appeals where they are not satisfied on a service. And there are others coming up with strategies on how to improve on that service. I think it's high time that we also reached there. Another one, which allow me to say that one, which as if I become a commissioner, is that I would wish to introduce, and that's what usually I'm passionate about, nationalism. The servants or the officers, the staff who will be working at the IEBC Commission should be able to have the issue of patriotism, nationalism. What do I mean? Do we have a character as a country? Then how would I do it? I will come up with training. And this training, I usually mention it in 3 words, and it's something I'm usually passionate about, that you indoctrinate, and indoctrinate. in terms of the patriotism. And this you can do it by taking the officers for training. Let's say at the Kenya School of Government. Why do they, when we recruit police officers, you know they change into that culture. So we need to have a culture also, a performance culture. Then if we have that one, it will translate, will improve our confidence with the public.
Daktari, and all the best.
Thank you. I invite our professor to ask some questions. Please, Prof.
Thank you, Joyce. You're moving from the Public Service Commission and you want to become a commissioner in IEBC. Many people say that public service is nearly a status quo within the government arrangement. There's a lot of status quo. Change comes very slowly. You have applied to join an independent commission which operates in an environment that there is rapid changes. Like we have new demographic groups that need to get in the voter register. You have new digital platforms in the age of technology that might have to be used, and you have a more enlightened society that might seek to be engaged. Based on your experience from the Public Service Commission, how, in your vision, will you help guide the IEBC to stay ahead of new emerging trends in the electoral environment?
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Allow me just to comment. You mentioned that the PSC is in the status quo.
Handles the public service. Maybe let me clarify what I meant. I can see exactly where you're going.
No,
handles the public service, which is more of a bureaucracy that has more of status quo than rapid changes. That's what I meant.
Thank you, Prof. I understood you. I only wanted to mention that even at the Public Service Commission, we had been faced with these demographics. The youth, they really want to know more and more. And we did this by very fast. We take information to the PSC website and portal so that they can know what is going on. And they ask very many questions. And one of it, there was this famous program of the Public Service Internship Program, which focusing on the youth. But let me go to your question. Yeah, we have these demographic groups, you call them digital. And from the description of what the changes that you mentioned at the IPC, more or less are focusing on the youth. So as an IEBC commissioner, what I will do is that we'll come up with the programs that will focus more the youth. Of course, one is training, and we could have this training online. You know, the youth are not the ones you will bring up together at this meeting in Naivasha and have a very fast chat. We come with the online programs where they are found and be able to, because more often than not, they are very, they are not very key into going to vote. But if we get the information on their rights to vote, they'll be able to do this. Then how will we explore this change? Is that we go where they are found. They are in the X space, they are in the TikTok, they are in WhatsApp, Facebook, and we will see how many are following us. And if we find there are many, we can also arrange, you know, a one-on-one empowerment in terms of training is also very key, apart from just only the online where they like. And Prof, I am a change agent. I believe on change. And here you are talking about change in terms of all these, the demographic groups and all that. And we will be able, I've mentioned more about the youth. There are also, there is also about the women, the disabled, and how do we get them to be registered. So we go to where they are.
Thank you very much. My last question in this segment is the Elections Act and the IEBC Act emphasize accountability in electoral management. Describe a decision, if there is one, that you made in a leadership role that was unpopular but necessary. How did you ensure transparency, and how did you handle the backlash? If at all, if there isn't, I'll go to the next question.
I have been in the leadership space.
Okay.
I think one I could mention very quickly, and it turned out to be even a good one, is when we were appointed as commissioners at the Public Service Commission, we realized that the budget was very low. Actually, it was at 1 billion. And here, we said we will handle the budget as commissioners, and we took it up. So what we did is that we personally even handled the strategic plan. Because from the strategic plan, we came up with thematic areas where this budget needs to grow. And then we were able to lobby and explain this to Parliament. And we did this, I can say I did it because we were doing it from our various committees. There is one I was chairing. I was in 3 different committees, and you could come with the thematic areas. And one of the areas where this budget grew is this one of compliance and quality assurance, where we report the status of compliance of values and principles of public service. Actually, it's an ongoing process which starts in January by collecting data. No, first you train, you collect the data, you analyze, do the report, and disseminate. And so by so doing, we are trying to promote the values in this Article 10 and 232. So the budget actually grew to 3 billion as I'm talking. And one other area we focused is the youth. This public service internship program, we were actually given 1 billion. It was not an easy decision to do, but it worked.
Thank you, Chair.
Prof, do you have some extra questions?
Sure. Joyce, as you introduce yourself, among the services that you have given this country, I think you highlighted your role in the Public Service Commission as one of the highlights of your career.
Yes.
And therefore, one would say that one of your areas of expertise is in public service.
Yes.
What was the title given to the equivalent of a head of public service before the title head of public service gained current usage? What title was used for that person who was the head of public service?
Thank you, Prof. Chief Secretary. And Simon Nyachai was the first.
And who was the first Chief Secretary? But that's just a by the way.
Thank you.
Simply because you called Nyachai. That's why I was...
Okay.
Which was the first country in Africa?
Sorry?
Which was the first country in Africa to gain independence?
Ghana.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nyabuti. It's been a great pleasure listening to you and talking to you. I suspect that the public has also learned quite a lot. I'd like to give you 1 minute for any comment or question, whatever you want to say, as we come to the end of this interview.
Chair, I don't have a question, but I have a comment. I want to take this opportunity to thank you so much so with your team for having shortlisted me to this position of Commissioner IEBC. I look forward, hope to be successful and be able to contribute and be able to contribute in, I don't want to go back to the questions, to the free, fair, and credible elections that all Kenyans are yearning for. That's what I look forward to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Blessings to you. Your certificates are at the door. The notebook is yours. And the pen, you may also pick the water if you so wish. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Asante. Thank you. Please, let's get the next candidate. Welcome, Madam Kagwiri Ambo Gori. Kindly have a seat. Feel free to adjust the seat to what you might like best. Yes, asante, asante. Yeah. Welcome, my name is Nelson Makanda. I'm the chair of this selection panel. And we are grateful that you applied for the position that we advertised, member of the IEBC Commission. We would like to congratulate you for being shortlisted for the same. And before you talk to us about your interest in this position, let's introduce ourselves.
Good afternoon, Madam. My name is Linda Kiome. I serve this panel as a vice chair. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this interview. Karibu sana.
Chairman, I know Chairperson Kakwiria and karibu. Naitwa Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mbogore. Caroline Kituko, a member of the panel.
Good afternoon, Kagwira. Kagwiria. Yes. I got it right at last. My name is Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Good afternoon, Kagwiria. My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana. I like your short hair.
Asante sana.
Good afternoon, Madam Kagwiri.
Good afternoon, Fatima.
Interesting how everyone knows you. Okay. I also know you, and I'm grateful that we meet again. Fatma Saman, member of this panel. Welcome, Madam.
Thank you.
Sorry, good afternoon, Wakili.
Good afternoon.
It is nice to see you. Karibu sana.
Asante.
My name is Kokimuli Grinyo,
Eh.
and I'm a member of this panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Kawiria.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this election panel, and we welcome you to this interaction session.
Thank you very much.
So, Madam Kagwiria Mbogori, this interview is public, and the public may be following either on media or wherever it is, or they will follow at some point. So, assume that it's them you are talking to, because there may be many people here that you know from a long time, and you may assume, oh, you already know that I was here. Just assume that you are talking to people who don't know you. And give us your profile and what you think is significant for the role that you have applied for. If you have any honor that you have received or award, and if you belong to any professional society, also do mention. Please proceed. Thank you. Within 5 or 6 minutes, it will be good.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Kagwedia Mbogori. I'm a Kenyan, and I believe that under Article 78 and 88 of the Constitution, I do qualify to be here. I want to say that it's a great honor for me to be shortlisted. So thank you very much, hardworking panel, and it really is an honor for me to appear before you today to have this conversation. Hopefully at the end of it, I'll have persuaded you that I have the mettle for the job.
Keen to be persuaded. Thank you.
I shall do my very best. I am a lawyer. I graduated from the University of Nairobi with an LLB degree, and I did pursue later an LLM degree, that's a Master's of Laws degree, from the University of Notre Dame in Indiana. Some of you may be aware, it is the biggest Catholic university in the States. I undertook an international human rights law master's degree, and therefore I am, by academics and also professionally, a human rights specialist. In terms of work, I have worked in various places in this country. My CV, I'm sure you have looked at it. I'll just mention a few. I was one of those privileged to work in the first secretariat of FIDA Kenya, that is the Federation of Women Lawyers in Kenya, in the 90s. The first secretariat that was formed, I worked in it, and I met some of you because you're also in the civil society space at that time. And after that, I took a break and went for my master's. When I came back, I was employed by the International Commission of Jurists, Kenya section, as the executive director. I served there for about 5.5 years. I think I did some of my best work at the ICJ during those years. After that, I was recruited and got a job as the country program director for UNIFEM. UN Women then was called UNIFEM. That is the United Nations program for women. In Liberia, I was the country head. And in a post-conflict country, I started a new organization, a UN agency in the country. And again, I feel that that was quite an experience. I learned by leaps and bounds. I went ahead to stay in Liberia for a decade. I left the job in UNIFEM and joined the UN DPKO mission in Liberia called UNMIL as a rule of law advisor in the human rights section. And later, I also got another job in the same mission as head of legal and judicial support services division. After 10 years, I decided I was really trying to come back home. I decided to apply for a job in Juba, South Sudan. and I was a chief technical advisor for the judiciary of South Sudan for about a year. Just before my year was up, I was appointed as the chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, which is a Chapter 15 commission. And I headed that commission for the 6 years, from 2014 to 2020. And when I left, I decided to take a bit of a break. But I have, since that time, in the last 5 years, I've been serving in several boards. I served as a board member of the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council until 2023. And during that whole time also, I was a member of board for children's rights organizations organization in Meru called Ripples International that takes care of children's rights and community programs. And I'm currently the board chair for that particular organization. I've also been a member of a school board, a high school board in Meru, because I had a kid sponsored in that school, and I decided to serve during the duration of that kid's tenure in the school. She finished Form 4 last year. I'm still on the board, but I'll probably bow out because I'm not a member of the PTA anymore. Essentially, this is my academic and professional background. With your kind permission, Chair, I would just like maybe to link, or shall I wait for the questions? I wanted to link my suitability and competence to this.
Maybe proceed in another 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, yes.
Honorable panel members, I feel that I am uniquely qualified for this position as a member of the IEBC. As I said, I'm very familiar with the Chapter 15 commissions and their requirements and the constitutional requirements and the compliance required of a Chapter 15 commission. While at the commission, at the Human Rights Commission, I feel that I really did my best and left after 6 years with my integrity and dignity intact. I feel that as a result of all the work I have done and the experience I have and my academic background, I'm bringing a unique skill set to the table. One of it is that I'll bring a human rights-based approach to elections to the table. Human rights-based approach is really about all that is provided in the Constitution of Kenya, and especially Chapter 4 of the Constitution of Kenya. And, you know, Article 38 is in that particular chapter, and looking at the rights as looking at elections with a viewpoint of rights of people. At the end of the day, elections are the most important democratic process that we have, and if not done right, then everything goes to splinters, and I think Kenyans know that very well. So coming with a human rights-based approach, I would really like to highlight my ability to monitor and track elections and the electoral process from a human rights-based viewpoint. I am a very good compliance and compliance tracking, competence in compliance tracking from as a human rights monitor, and complaints tracking, because protecting human rights is about listening to the people, listening to their complaints, following them up, investigating them, and finding solutions. And I feel that this particular skill set will be particularly important for a person like me if they are in the IEBC, because I will be able to help with compliance issues. IEBC has a lot of statutes that mandate it to do quite a number of things. And one of the ways of ensuring that we get success is by having a compliance matrix, or preparing one, or making it better, just to ensure that all these are tracked and done. The other thing I bring to the table, Honorable Chair, is that my leadership and managerial skills have been tested again and again. I'm not a person who panics. I'm not a person who runs away from difficult issues. I believe that you should not agonize, but organize. And I have endeavored to do that through the various places I have worked. And I would like to offer this kind of approach as a commissioner of the IEBC, to be able to tackle even the things that have just been left undone for a long time. I do hope that my other thoughts in terms of the issues and this, that I can tackle and what I can help with, we come out even as you ask me specific questions.
Thank you. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, Madam Kawiria, you have told us that your leadership and managerial skills have been tested. Now, the IEBC operates in a high-stake and high-pressure environment, rightly so. If you are selected as one of the IEBC commissioners, are you able to work in such a pressure environment? Number two, if so, give an example to this panel of how your leadership skills have been tried and tested and you overcame as a leader and a manager.
Thank you very much. As I said, indeed, I have been tested. I was the chairperson and spokesperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. And in the run-up to the 2017 elections, and immediately thereafter, you will all recall that there was a lot of civil unrest. And for a long time, in fact, IEBC members themselves at that time were in siege. And a lot of businesses in this city were also in siege. And we had complaints from a lot of business people who lost a lot of money and went into a lot, incurred a lot of losses as a result of the violence that was happening in town every Tuesday and Thursday. Don't know whether you can all remember. But as a human rights defender, I also saw the importance of Kenyans to congregate together and demonstrate, because it's a right guaranteed in the Constitution and in fact in our Bill of Rights. And in that state, we were under attack from all sides, because you want to support the demonstrators, but you also want to hold them responsible for the violence and the damage and the losses others are incurring. And it's at that time, I gave a very unpopular speech, and I called out the demonstrators and the leaders of the demonstration, and I told them, including Honorable Raila Odinga, that we cannot demonstrate in a way that frightens and attacks other Kenyans, and that where your right ends is where mine begins. And we must find a way. I was a bit vilified because the tensions in the country were very high at that time. But my commission and I, we had a talk with the political leadership. We had a talk with the IG of police at the time, and we agreed, again led by my commission, to have a sit down and to form a committee that will look at the modalities of Article 37 of the Constitution, the right to demonstrate. Because it is important to allow that right of demonstration, but also to ensure that no violence happens during that time. And police, the IG of police and the National Police Service had to come in because they must not only protect other citizens, but also protect the protesters. And that may sound very interesting, but right now, at least as a result of the work of my then commission and other stakeholders, we do have modalities for demonstrations in Kenya, and that respect the rights of Article 37 of the Constitution, and also protect bystanders or people who are not involved in the demonstration. And although demonstrations have still, even in recent times, especially the Gen Z demonstrations we had recently, got a bit wild, and there was talk of excessive force and all that kind of thing. I believe that in this country, perhaps what we need now is enforcement of what we have already developed. We do have developed modalities which have been accepted by the security organs and citizens and civil society groups and the National Commission on Demonstration. So I do think that is a bit, that can illustrate the fact that I did not shy away, I did not run away, and I did help look for a viable solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you, Chairman. I wish you all the best.
Thank you. We invite Caroline to ask you some questions. Caro Kituku, please.
Thank you, Chair. And impressive career development, Ms. Bogori. And I would like us to speak specifically about gender equality and elective politics, given that you have been in that space, that you have been in the women's rights movement, you have agitated for the rights of women in FIDA, I believe, and as well as at the Kenya National Human Rights Commission. There is the constitutional provision that Article 27.8, Article 81, that not more than 2/3 of the members of this, not more than 2/3 shall be members of the same gender in elective politics. Why do you think that this constitution provision has been termed as as seeking to realize gender equality and equality of women, right of equality of women to participate in political processes? And why not men?
Thank you very much. Ms. Kituku, I'm so happy you asked me this question. The 2/3 rule, which is enshrined in our Constitution, has been seen as aspiration, but actually it's the law. The aspiration is 50-50. Should have 50% men, 50% women. And as I'm sitting here, I can see this panel is empaneled in a way that is almost 50-50, so I'm very happy. What I'm saying is that there are many cultural, societal, attitudinal barriers that prevent more women seeking candidacy in political positions. And one of the worst barriers is violence in elections. It is an electoral offense. But when I was in the commission, we monitored violence in elections and found out so many women were brutalized, in fact, even sexually assaulted. You may recall, some of you, that in early 2018, after monitoring the 2017 elections, my commission came up with a publication which we called Silhouettes of Brutality. And we showed exactly, we broke it down. What kind of violence? Where did it happen? How did it happen? Who did it happen to? And I'm so proud of my commission as it was during the time I led it, because when I stepped up to the mic any time at the time, I never, Wakenya wanasema ni kupayuka, I never payukad. It is, if we said 110 people have been killed in this violence, we had every name, we had their age, we had name of their relatives, we knew exactly where they had been killed, we had seen their bodies, we had attended postmortems, we had pictures of their injuries. We were not just getting names out of every, we were just giving Kenyans the truth, but it was seen as if maybe tulikuwa tunaegemea upande moja ama mwingine, and it was not that, we were giving facts. Okay. So what I want to say about the 2/3 gender rule, we must start with political parties.
Come in there, but before we do, perhaps you can explain to us some of the efforts that have been put to make sure or to realize this 2/3 gender rule in the elective politics. Some of the efforts that women rights movements have tried to put in place towards the realization of this constitutional obligation.
I have been party to a lot of the meetings, the consultations, the brainstorming that happened around the 2/3 gender rule and the failure of the electoral process to capture, to attain that 2/3 gender rule. First of all, you have asked me about what efforts have been made. Efforts have been made because there have been hues and cries about it, because if you keep quiet, sometimes also you don't gain anything. You have to raise the issue. There have been meetings and thinking around the issue. There are a number of reports published about this. I do know that my fellow chair, Madam Winnie Lichuma, who was the chair of National Gender and Equality Commission at the time, led so many efforts in this, and they are documented. We met with committees of parliament. So in terms of dialogue and participation, I think that was done. But the biggest effort, Madam Kitugu, is what is in the law. The Political Parties Act itself requires every political party, even in its governance and leadership, not to have more than 2/3 of one gender in its governance structure, and also to nominate in its nomination lists to ensure that they have nominated women. It's a requirement of law in the Political Parties Act, and the Registrar of Political Parties, Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, is supposed to ensure this. And in fact, there's a penalty for not fulfilling what the Political Parties Act requirements of political acts, but there has been little enforcement, or I've not seen any political party deregistered or told that they cannot participate in an election or that kind of thing, because they did not fulfill this. And I do feel that working with that particular office of the Registrar of Political Parties as a stakeholder to elections, and the commission itself, the IEBC, I think some strides can be made to be more strict on this and to ensure that more people, more women are nominated by political parties.
Okay. I agree. I was hoping that we will highlight some of the struggles that have come through the court processes, but it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. So what are these challenges that IBC is likely to encounter when it's trying to enforce the two-third gender rule? You have mentioned the political parties, then the regulation and oversight and nomination list. Is there any other challenge that IBC can encounter, and should you become successful as a member of the IBC, and now that you have been in that space, human rights movement, using the human rights-based approach, what do you think should be the solution to those challenges?
I think there's a plethora of recommendations that have been made by the reports I talked about to Winnie Lichuma's commission, GEC. And I know that they also had cases for declaratory opinions, even in court, as a result of that. But I think the much that IEBC can do, and if I'm a commissioner at the IEBC and I'm in charge of this area, one of the things that I would like to see is really enforcing the requirements that political parties are required to do. I think we will see a strength of numbers or an increase of numbers. However, I would like to say that there are some hindrances to this success, and this because our system is not a proportionate representation system. We are first past the post system, and it is against even our own constitutional principles to dictate to the people of Kenya who they shall elect in their constituency. And I think there's more thinking that is required of that, because if I stand as a candidate in constituency A and Mr. B stands in the same constituency, then, and we are in the same party, or we want to be nominated, if I'm nominated on affirmative basis, there will be hue and cry in that constituency. It has to be that we both have to go to the primary, political primaries and ballot. If I win, I win, and if I don't win, I don't win. But again, that's why I also mentioned that there's a lot of hindrances, and including violence, including access for women to be able to battle out for the main seats. I've had a lot of male politicians who have interacted with say, now they have their seats. What okay? This is ours now, but that is not it. And because I'm having a national audience here, I would like to say that the idea is a 50-50 representation, because in our census we see that men and women ni kama tuko sawa. Kwa hivyo 2/3 should not be too much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bogori. I wish you well, and over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask Koki Muli to also ask you some questions. Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Wakili, we have been talking a lot about electoral integrity, how to ensure that misconduct during elections is completely prevented or minimized. And a number of people have talked about enforcing codes of conduct. And we know you have just said that about enforcement of codes of conduct, enforcement of laws and so on. Practically, we know that this has not achieved much for us, from both the political parties and candidates and on the side of IEBC. Can you tell the panel some innovative strategies of actually how to address misconduct during elections from both candidates and even participants in the electoral process? Just some ideas that can help us. You can name maybe 3 or 4 that you have concretely, then we can probably discuss them further if we have time.
Thank you very much, Daktari. I'm possibly one of the few people who has actually monitored the elections from the beginning to the end. And a lot of people think elections is a Tuesday in the month of August. But the electoral process starts way, way, way before. And I've monitored it throughout. And in 2017, as I said, we were fortunate, and I was fortunate that my commission mobilized some good money to mobilize almost 1,000 monitors all over the country in the course of the year. We monitored the political party primaries and did a report, we call it the fallacious vote, because those political party primaries were shambolic. One of the biggest things is political parties and the Political Parties Act are required by law to have names of their registered members. And it is on the basis, and these names are supposed to be provided in prescribed format and submitted to the registrar of political parties and to the commission, to the IEBC. I want to tell you that even in the last elections, a lot of political parties still don't have the act together. We don't have party lists. They go to the IEBC list of voters for the specific precinct, and we monitored somebody with a newspaper, with a foolscap paper, writing the names of voters so that they can vote in the political party primaries. That's misconduct, and that is actually criminal. Even it's criminal. It's not. It's conduct unbecoming in elections, and it does not make for free and fair elections. And that thing we can deal with that by requiring every political party to fulfill and obey or observe every requirement of the Political Parties Act. And to do that, as if I'm in the IEBC, one of the things I would like to do, and coming from a human rights monitoring and tracking background, is to prepare a dashboard where you have all political parties and then all the requirements, and track and see who, whatever. And that way, work together with the Office of Registrar of Political Parties to deregister or to require errant political parties not to participate in the coming elections. And this nonsense will stop. The other thing is violence. Now, everybody knows if I get up here and slap Mr. Bore, that is not just kumuingilia, that's a criminal act. But we monitored a lot of people with cracked heads, broken bones, all because two members of opposing campaigns met in a marketplace or something like that. This is criminal. This needs to be policed. And I also feel that political aspirants must be held accountable. A lot of them also inspire violence. In the 48 laws of power, those of you who have read it know that they say, stir the water to catch the fish. And a lot of people thrive in chaos. And I think that holding political aspirants responsible will cure this. I would like to talk about another misconduct, which is very blatant and often done. And that is use of public resources in campaigns. GK number so and so, and parastatal organizations, and if please just have a look at our report. The reports are online. The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, we monitored this. And if you are ever a government worker, see whether one of your GKs is there, because we captured, our monitors captured the pictures. And then also, I do feel that to a certain extent, the Constitution and the law exempts the president, deputy president, governors, deputy governors, MPs, MCAs from, those ones can participate in elections. But it is my considered view, Daktari, that employing and deploying the resources of cabinet ministers or cabinet secretaries and all their resources to aid in campaigns of one side or the other is not what was considered by the law, and it is proscribed under the Electoral Offences Act. So just stopping that, let them watch our kando, and if they have to support a candidate, let them not go with a government-fueled vehicle. Let them not employ government-paid security. Let them not use time that we, the taxpayers, are paying for when they are out there on the field campaigning for one person or the other. That is wrong, and it is unfair to the other parties. And that's not what was considered when the framers of our Constitution were talking about a free, fair, and transparent elections. Thank you, Dr.
Very good. Thank you very much, Wakili, and I wish you all the best. Thank you, Chair.
I invite FCPA Tanwi to ask you a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'll move from election to governance.
Yes, sir.
And you have been a chair of a constitutional commission. Actually, you did say you have the privilege of appreciating the Chapter 15 requirements of commissions. Now, I was looking, and I think based on my interaction, that actually the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights Act is the only act in the Chapter 15 that has created what I may call an executive chairperson. Why am I saying so? If you look at your Section 13 of Human Rights Act, it says that the chair of the chairperson shall preside over all meetings of the commission, which is common to all the others. But the second one, which you actually said when you're introducing yourself, that you are the spokesperson of the commission, I've never seen in many of the other Chapter 15 clearly stated. But the third one that I think made you an executive is where you supervise and direct, actually that word, direct the work of the commission. Now, one of the reputable electoral commissions in Africa is Ghana Electoral Commission. And it has been able to conduct elections that have been generally accepted, even by the competing parties at the end. And one of the provisions in the Ghana actually in the Constitution of Ghana, is that the chairperson is also the chief executive of the Electoral Commission, the chairperson, and it has the other two commissioners are deputy chair, the deputy commissioner, the deputy chairperson are also executive. The other four commissioners could be part-time, but the three, chair and two deputy chairpersons, are executive. Now, IEBC, and we know what happened at Bomas, the boardroom rupture. I think the Supreme Court called it boardroom rupture, and we know of the boardroom wars. So, given an opportunity to be a commissioner at IEBC, and with your experience at Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, what approach will we use to avoid, would you recommend, or would you propose as a commissioner to avoid these boardroom wars and boardroom ruptures at IEBC?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me say that my fellow commissioners at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights and I never considered ourselves executive commissioners, and we never wielded those powers with heavily. In fact, although our Act did not have the Section 10A, which is in the IEBC Act that delineates the work of the commissioners and the work of the Secretariat, in my commission, we did that by default. And we all agreed, and I had the good fortune of having very excellent commissioners who worked with me. We all agreed we shall do this strategy, the policy work, the oversight, and when we need to help with the work on the ground, we can, but we gave the chief executive officer, and there's that office in the National Human Rights Commission. There's an office of a chief executive officer who is also the accounting officer. We gave him the power to direct and plan and execute and implement programs, policies, and projects. And he had say with his staff members under him.
I want you to focus on the board.
I'm coming.
The relationship with the board, not
okay.
the secretariat.
Okay. I used to be in Liberia, so I would say I'm coming. The board, and if I get to the IEBC, this is one of the things I would like to recommend. There's so much work for the board to do without stepping on the toes of the secretariat staff. There's so much work. If I succeed and I find myself in the IEBC, I can tell you that the program of work will be so busy. There's so much for approval that will be pending for the board. There's so much recruitment, because there's 2 years without a commission, that will be pending for the board. There are by-elections. There's so much work for the board. And the important thing is for the board to be very clear what its work will be. Now, a lot of us deal with generalities, and the devil is always in the details, Mr. Tanui. What we did at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights is that we actually undertook board training, extra board training, and was facilitated by the Strathmore University. And we came up with a plan of action for the board, and we came up with a board charter, our own board charter. That is the commissioners of the commission. What is our charter? What will guide us? And we never mind code of conduct, because we also have had code of conduct, but it's a charter, our direction. What do we want to see? What are our aspirations? Then plan of action. Then Commissioner Chairperson Kagweria, what are your areas? Commissioner so and so, what will you be in charge of? What will your oversight areas? It cannot be today I'm overseeing by election, and therefore for the next week I'm not seen in the office. Discipline. We committed in the charter, we committed to certain things, because leadership is about showing up and being there. So these are some of the things I did, and I would like to recommend that with IEBC. One of the other things, and it's interesting that I didn't know that all chairpersons that yes, I was designated by the statute, by the KNCHR Act as a spokesperson. I thought every chairperson was a spokesperson, but I would like to designate and say that I have come here before you, honorable panel members, who are given this big work of choosing who goes to the IEBC. I've come here and I have applied as a member of the commission. And therefore, I know that you will be nominating some people to be chosen as a chair. Before I came here, I've prayed about it and I have committed to it. Just as I had very capable and competent commissioners. I want to be a competent and capable commissioner who supports my chair and my commission.
Now,
so essentially, I think that is very, very important. But the chairperson of the commission needs to be the spokesperson of the commission. We cannot have 7 mics spewing off whatever they feel. Then you're not one body. As a body corporate, we have to have a charter and agree how we shall come up with consensus decisions. So that if I appear on KTN on behalf of the IEBC, I am towing the line of the messaging that we have all agreed on by consensus. So you're not afraid that someone will just be talking to reporters in Kilifi and you hear that there's a new position at the IEBC because somebody said something. I think that collective responsibility is so important, and having a charter and plan of action and everybody ajue shughuli yake ni nini na akifika anashika shughuli. I think this is one of the ways that we can delineate.
Thank you. I think I appreciate that.
Responsibilities.
My last question, and again, in relation to your experience, you've told us you worked in many non-governmental organizations where there is a lot of donor funding. And even your past engagement with human rights, there is a lot of donor support. Now, one of the findings of the post-election evaluation report of IEBC actually identified weak oversight of donor-funded projects. That yes, they get the funding, but there is poor oversight. And as commissioners, you'll be providing oversight in some of these projects that will be funded by donors. So how would you improve the management and accountability of donor-funded projects at IEBC if offered an opportunity?
Thank you very much. And I want to say that this plays to one of my strongest competencies and skills. And during my tenure at the National Commission on Human Rights, one of the things we did is actually develop, we had our ICT group who are very, very innovative, create a specific software for grants, for grant tracking, a program for tracking grants. And this looks, so when you get a grant, when you negotiate a grant, and I'm also, let me also say I'm also very good in resource mobilization and capturing donor money. But once it comes, the biggest fundraising effort that you can have is good implementation of the grant. And I would like to introduce something similar in the IEBC, like we had in the National Commission, and that is a grant monitoring and tracking program supported by technology. And with this, when you open any page on any donor, you can know exactly how much money was given, and when you're given money by a donor or funds by a donor, there are timelines by when this is supposed to have been absorbed, this is supposed to have been utilized, like that. And report lines are also very strict. And one of the ways the donor knows that you are useless, if I can put it that way, is when you miss not 1 but 2 reporting deadlines. I also come from an NGO background, and that therefore, in order to raise money and to keep raising money and to keep having those funding and partnerships going, is reporting on time and also absorbing the money for the intention that you agreed in the grant. So I do have technical competences and skills to help shape the way that we deliver, and monitoring and asking questions at the program monitoring meetings. Oh, how far have we reached? Why? You know, and ensuring that the reporting to donors is done on time and in the format that is required by that particular partner, and keeping that partner engaged in whatever you are doing. Not taking money in 2022 and then 2024, you don't even have, you cannot even generate a report. May I also say that the monitoring and evaluation department of the organization really helps with coming up with the markers for program implementers and keeping them on their toes. And that way you keep writing your report as you go, and at the end of the reporting period, it's very easy to generate a report. I think this goes in tandem, sorry, everything, both the actual implementation and the narrative part of the report goes in hand with the financial report. So I feel very confident, I'm very competent in this. I've run organizations, and I don't know whether it is boastful to say so, but for the last 3 years in the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, we did not have any matter raised by the Auditor General. We had clean accounts. That's how clean accounts. And we won some financial reporting awards 3 years in a row. So I'm not just talking gas.
Thank you.
Yes.
And congratulations. I wish you well, Commissioner and Chairperson. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Kagwira to be brief and precise. We're almost 15 minutes or 20 minutes or so behind schedule. Bwana Evans, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Kagwira,
yes.
I would request that on my part you answer yes or no.
Yes.
First, I'd like to ask you, have you interacted with the political parties dispute tribunal, KG Diocese, on how many cases they had from the party primaries disputes?
No.
Are you aware how many political parties participated in the last general election, 2022?
I don't have a solid number.
Well, I say that it's very wrong for you to assert that the political parties, which are institutions, to give a general assertion that they did symbolic nominations when you do not have facts, as you have already said, that you do not have facts from PTT and the number of political parties which participated. These are institutions that participated in elections, and they cleared candidates. If we had disputes, we had minimal disputes. So to generalize that political parties did symbolic nominations is starting on the wrong footing. Did I hear you said...
Should I respond to that?
Yes, please.
Okay. I didn't monitor the 2022 elections. I monitored the 2017 elections. And these monitoring reports are available for perusal. And we did feel that they were shambolic in some places because in a number of places there was actually no way of even ascertaining who are the members of that particular political party. And in some places, for instance, the ballot papers was like one paper like this, and then it was photocopied several times with the same serial number.
It's okay.
So when you have the same serial number and 1,000 people maybe use the same one, how do we know how many?
Thanks so much.
How many were genuine and how many were not?
Let's move. The issue I have is generalizing.
So I stick by my fallacious vote report.
That is very good. Now you are going to, if you're given an opportunity, you'll be a commissioner in IEBC. Your main stakeholders are going to be political parties. The way you'll be communicating with political parties, it's very key. I've heard you use the word nonsense. with the way the political parties did nominations. The moment you start with such a note with the political parties, you'll be having, and you'll be antagonizing the political parties, and you'll never, because the language...
Are you asking a question, sir?
I'm saying, is that the way you'll be relating with the political parties who are your main key stakeholders in IEBC as a commissioner?
Okay, thank you very much. Absolutely not. I think there are a lot of issues with political parties, and I want to say that not all political parties are equal. Some are well-funded, some are not. And I do feel that even printing of ballot papers for political party primaries in at least 24 counties across this nation, because that's what the law requires, takes a lot of resources. And if those resources are not there, it shows. It shows when the political party primaries come to play. So, and I'm also a person who believes that when we know better, we do better. When we know better, we do better. And I think that's a conversation that must be had, because the political parties fund, you know, is, you are aware about how it is distributed, and if you don't have 5% of the vote, you won't get a cent. And yet, political organizing or forming of political parties is a basic rights issue. But when you don't have the wherewithal to actually run credible political party nominations, then those who are monitoring those elections, that's what they will see. I think these are weighty questions. I'm a consensus builder, Mr. Misati, and I'm not aggressive for the sake of being aggressive. I, however, employ candor, and I say it as I see it, and I don't embellish it, I don't polish it. So I may be a hard pill to swallow for some, but those who want the truth and want to be helped to find lasting solutions, I think will find me a breath of fresh air.
Thanks so much. Now, last question, or rather, your clarification. You are aware the critical report came up with a recommendation of the formation of the Political Parties Liaison Committee. It's because, are you aware why they recommended the formation of PPLC?
Because it is extremely important to have a forum where political parties meet with stakeholders like the registrar, like the commission, and air discuss pertinent issues, which are not just maybe affecting one political party, or come up with, like I said, either consensus or agreements in terms of how to move forward or what to do with this and that. And that it is an important forum because it gives all political parties then also a common forum where they can articulate their issues and be heard, and follow up on issues which maybe they wanted to have done before.
Thanks so much. I wish you all the best. Thanks so much. Yeah? I hand over.
Thank you. I want to invite Fatuma to ask you some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. It's a pleasure meeting you, Bogoria.
Thank you.
You're always very inspirational and helpful to those of us who are learning from you. We're happy to see you. So, submissions from affected communities during the regular commission public meeting did reveal that strong did reveal strong concern about the lack of security planning and state failure to prevent or respond to election-related violence. How can the electoral management body collaborate with security agencies to ensure elections security planning is robust and non-partisan and protective of all citizens?
Thank you very much. I think as a result of that recommendation, during every election, there is like a national security organs task force, and IEBC also assesses the security needs around the elections, and requisite number of police are seconded to the whole to elections to support secure polling centers, voting centers, national tallying centers, escorting voting materials. And I don't have the exact number, but I do know that I have read reports on the work of the security organs and what they did, how many were deployed, etc. Both in the 2017 and even in the 2022 elections, you will probably know that actually on the material voting day, there's very little violence, and the polling centers are usually peaceful. In many times, violence erupts after declaration of the results. And I also think that in terms of the whole electoral process, deployment and readiness of security organs also need to anticipate needs, including flagging hotspots and being ready to deploy and prevent bloodshed and the killing or maiming or injuring of Kenyan citizens in the after effects of results of the declaration of results.
So you're saying the planning that is in place is adequate, or?
I feel that the mechanisms that have been put in place have been working, but I can never put the adjective adequate in front of anything because I think there's always room for improvement. And as I said, pre-election and post-election are the danger. Actually, most of the danger is before and after the elections. And I think we have to do better in anticipating violence, especially in the pre-election period when campaigns are very hot, because that's when there's a lot of, if you please, free for all, especially when two campaigns meet or cross with each other. I think there's room for improvement, but I want to acknowledge and appreciate the work that has been put in place around elections in this country, and appreciate the national security organs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to invite Mr. Bore, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Wakili, among the key issues that Kenyans always face at the end of every 5 years is the cost incurred during elections.
Mm-hmm.
And looking at the global average cost per registered voter index, which is supposed to be $5 per voter, ours is around 2,000 shillings or 2,500, so it's around 5 times that index. So Kenya is ranked among the most expensive, the most expensive election. Given a chance to be a member of the commission, what will you advocate as a social justice lawyer to bring down the cost of election?
Thank you very much. This is an issue that really concerns me because I'm an extremely frugal person. And when I look at this cost, sometimes I wonder how much of it is fluffed, how much of it is real, and how much of it is graft, and how much of it is waste, and how much of it is... But I'd have to be in the IEBC to be able to answer this question, because I can tell you it's a question that I'll concern myself with if I get to the IEBC. The Public Finance Act requires, one of the principles it requires is the biggest bang for the shilling. Everything you can get for every buck that you have. And in the spirit of Article 78 of the Constitution, where holding a state office is a public trust to the people of Kenya, and it is a service and not an issue of wielding power over people, I think it is it beholds every state officer. And if I become a member of this commission, one of the things I would really want to do is to strengthen the internal audit function of the organization, which I did in my former commission, and I did serve as chair of audit committee in the boards of a couple of public bodies. I've really tried to strengthen this, and that's asking questions and interrogating reports, especially single sourcing, tendering practices, and making as transparent as possible the whole procurement process in as much as can be done, because, and also finding out, following the money. One of the tricks I try to do is to follow the money, to see where is most of the money going to. And then question that. Are we losing money because we are buying equipment and every year we are buying the same equipment or the same furniture or the same? Are we keeping track of our assets? Do we take care of the assets, or are they stolen? Do they dissipate one way or the other, and then we have to buy more because we are not careful enough? And therefore, we should answer to Kenyans for that. So thank you very much. I don't have a concrete answer to this, but I do promise that if I do get into IBC, I would offer myself to serve as to serve in a way that I can help strengthen the audit function, the internal audit function of the commission, including asking very pertinent questions and looking at all, especially financial reports vis-a-vis the performance of the narrative reports of what has been done, and to see where we can cut the fluff, and where we can also catch maybe a thief or two and save Kenyans a buck or two.
Thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Adam Solo, please ask Kagwira some questions.
Kagwira Mbogori.
Yes, sir.
What would be your assessment of the institution IEBC as of now, either from your own individual perspective or from what you think Kenyans think?
From my experience, because as I said, I worked as a member of the Chapter 15 commissions, I did work a bit closely with the IBC to a certain extent. And one of the things I can tell you is that the IBC has fantastic professionals.
I asked about the perception.
Oh, perception. Oh, not the thing.
Not
so at least for me, I do know that a good number of people working in the IEBC are really professionals in elections. Perception
Okay.
There's loss of public trust. There's no lack of public trust. Suspicion.
Very well. I was starting there for a reason. You have served, because my questions are on leadership and integrity. You have served on the Kenyan National Commission of Human Rights that basically deals with Chapter 4 with other related chapters, and therefore 6 to ensure not only the monitoring but the enforcement of human rights. Would that be a correct?
Yes, sir.
You are seeking to join IEBC, which largely facilitates the election of the representatives of the people and processes putting executives both at the national and county, putting them in office so as for them to implement the constitution that is a social contract between the governors and those who are governed. What, in your view, is the main difference between what KNHCR seeks to implement and what IEBC seeks to implement?
Okay, thank you. What IEBC seeks to implement and the core mandate of IEBC, the management, the supervision, the conducting of elections, and delivering free, fair, and transparent elections.
Very well.
That speaks to, that's a human right. It's delivering human rights.
I agree.
The right to be registered as a voter, the right to vote in a secret ballot, the right to be a candidate.
Very true.
The right to participate in a political party and organize, freedom of expression, freedom. So a lot of it has to do with what is in Chapter 4.
Very well. Would you agree that unlike KNHCR, the IEBC relies a lot on reaching a consensus with the key stakeholders?
I think that's just a part of it, and I will explain.
Go ahead.
The IEBC is one of the Chapter 15 commissions and independent offices under Chapter 15 of the Constitution. As an entity of itself, the first role of IEBC is to uphold the Constitution of Kenya and the laws of Kenya. Any consensus with all the stakeholders of IEBC cannot be outside the provisions and requirements of the law.
But it has to be alongside the Elections Act, the IEBC Act.
Those are the laws.
Yes.
Those are the laws.
And that's the consensus I meant. Because, because they develop, you have statutory laws to meet the Constitution, you have regulations that are developed to conduct those elections, and the stakeholders have to be part of them.
That is correct.
Yeah.
But what I wanted to say is that the IEBC, in its consensus building efforts, cannot put a foot wrong outside the law, outside regulations, outside the Constitution of Kenya, and that therefore an approach of all Chapter 15 commissions, if we look at that chapter, is that they are required, that in the performance of your duties, in the implementation of your mandate, you must remain within the confines of the law.
The same Article 248 that you're talking about reads as follows.
Yes, please.
Let me go to 249.
Okay.
Objects, authority, and funding of commissions and independent offices. Clause 1. The objects of the commissions and the independent offices are to A, protect the sovereignty of the people. B, secure the observance by all state organs of democratic values and principles. And C, promote constitutionalism. You agree? You'll also agree that although, okay, let me go to subsection 2. The commissions and the holders of independent offices, A, are subject only to this constitution and the law. That's where your main point is. And B, are independent and not subject to direction or control by any person or authority. True?
Yes, yes.
But the reality is that the IEBC
is at the beck and call.
It has to go to Parliament to seek for funds, for example. Yeah? We all know that, for example, the IEBC fund is provided for in the Constitution, yet it's not yet there. Isn't it? And therefore, at times, it cannot do what it wants, when it wants, as envisaged in the Constitution. That's the point I wanted to come out.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
But I want to say that even the commission I led drew its funds from the consolidated fund and had to go to Parliament, kutetea budget.
Very well.
We used to call it kutetea budget. And that, what the ABC is required to do is not hold a begging hat or a basket at Parliament, at this idea. No. Okay. You present your budget to Parliament, and you go before the committee, Legal and Judicial Affairs Committee, to justify what's in your budget for consideration and showing what would happen if this or that is not funded. We don't go to beg.
Okay, point. I think you have communicated your point.
Yeah.
But let me go to exactly what I was trying to drive at. That because of IEBC, or its equivalent, ECK, this country nearly went to the precipice. Because of presidential elections, every presidential elections, the country is polarized right down the middle. True or false?
I've seen it happen.
And therefore, would you say that leadership in such a commission that runs high voltage politics, that temperament is important?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that when the Supreme Court did its ruling?
Wait a minute. There's something I heard you say. The last statement you made was that the IBC runs temperamental elections. Is that what you said?
I said that because it runs a very highly emotive process that has nearly brought this country to the brink, and because in every other election, especially presidential, since 2007, the country is always polarized down the middle, that therefore leadership in that commission requires commissioners who have temperament, because anything small can ignite the country. And I was just giving you the example that, for example, in the Supreme Court ruling, there is court language that is known, but there was hot air when they could have used no supporting evidence, there was wild goose chase and all that, and that therefore, and you could also see it here, somebody already questioning, when words such as nonsense, gas, do you think that should be toned down, especially in such a commission?
Thank you for this question. You've gone about it in a bit of a roundabout way.
That's my way of contextualizing
I think
things.
what you're asking me is whether I'm a hothead.
No, no, no.
I am not.
I just say temperament. That's why I use
Yes.
a word.
Yes.
And you know, words are very powerful. I'm a social scientist. Words.
I'm also
are
a
very
wordsmith, Prof.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm also a wordsmith. But let me tell you, there's what is the substance, and then what it looks like. I will always prefer substance to form. And the fact that this country now has become like the Pavlovian dog, that we must, that even in 2027, I expect that we'll reject whoever wins. And we'll say, iko kitu. What I'm saying is this. I don't think that is the fault of the IEBC necessarily, as it is of the political class. And long before that Tuesday in August, when we go to vote, political temperatures have already been dropped way up. So that's why I agree with you that comportment, temperament, and care in communication is necessary.
Thank you very much. My last question. What measures, if you were to become an IEBC commissioner, would you take to ensure that your personal conduct, both online and offline, reflects the dignity and the neutrality required of an IEBC commissioner?
Thank you, Prof. I think I have already demonstrated that by being the chair of a Chapter 15 Commission for 6 years without having scandals, and I agree. And first of all, I don't keep I keep a very light footprint in social media. I'm not a socialite. I'm actually a very private person. I just have a candid way of speaking. But I'm not a showy person. And there's not a single day, even when I was the chairperson of the commission, that I stepped in front of a camera or a press briefing situation when I just gave words which were not considered. And every word I said as the chairperson and the spokesperson of the commission was consensus from all the other commissioners. We agreed on what our message would be. We agreed with also the leadership of the Secretariat, because they have a stake, they're stakeholders, they have a stake in it. And I do hope that if I get to the IEBC, we can have this kind of approach. We support our chairperson, if he is our spokesperson, but we help him or her craft the message. And we stand by that message as a collective and as a body corporate, and therefore will be more believable to our audience, who are the people of Kenya. We will not hide from the hard questions. We will not prevaricate, but we will stand there, face the fire, and answer the questions. So I think for me, I think that is one of the ways of doing it. But if a chairperson just says his own things, then there will be a rift between him or between some members, etc. But I think discipline and acting as a body corporate, as a body of commissioners who have a common mandate to achieve is very, very important. And I do agree with you over and over again that temperament, measured words, and considering audience is very, very important.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Just before you come back, Prof, I'd like to ask Council 1 or 2 questions. Whether she will consider that the Gen Zs of this country can be described as with the phrase Pavlov's dog.
I never talked about Gen Zs.
No, you said this country has gone into a classical conditioning state.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering whether Gen Zs...
I'm including myself there.
Yeah.
And all the voters of this country. Actually, I'm talking about the voters because we have seen election after election. We accept gubernatorial winners. We accept Senate seat winners. We accept women seats. We accept MP winners. We accept MCAs. The only thing we don't accept is who won the presidential seat. And I did not, I'm just saying, I feel as if we have been conditioned. Actually, Professor talked about conditioning. And I said that, that I feel as if we have been conditioned like the Pavlovian dog, that we are ready, we don't even know what will happen. We are ready, we are almost ready. As long as we hear that bell, we say no. And half of us say yes and are happy, half of us say no. You know? And I think one of the questions Prof asked me is the public perception of the IEBC, and I talked about suspicion and mistrust. And I think the commission that you, honored panelists, that you put in place must be one that will bridge this trust deficit or this gap between the people of Kenya and whatever, by not avoidance, not quarreling among themselves, not fighting, but working together to work for the people of Kenya and then convince the people of Kenya that they are doing their very best. I don't think the people of Kenya want IEBC commissioners to be miracle workers.
Okay.
Because they are not Jesus.
If I was to put you on a continuum of idealism and pragmatism, where will you be?
I'm very pragmatic, but I'm a dreamer. So I don't right know where.
So it's a shade. One side is idealistic, and then one side is pragmatic.
I'm a very practical person, and I look for practical answers and practical solutions, and solutions that will work. But I also think that life is also about dreaming what could be, because I'm a Christian, practicing Christian, and I think that's what faith is. Faith is believing in the things that you cannot see.
And substance of things not seen.
The substance of things not seen, evidence of, no, substance of things believed in, and evidence of things not seen. Yeah. So essentially, I cannot help but hope for the best. I think Kenya is a great country. I know we are not there right now, but I believe there are enough people who go on their knees for this country every day. And I know our God hears us, and I know that He's concerned about our country, and I know that He's coming soon. And He will give us answers, and He will not let us go to the dogs. And also, I have to keep that hope alive. I love my country, and therefore I have to hope the best for it.
Thank you.
But I do know that we have problems, and I cannot avoid them or put my head in the sand.
Fair enough. Prof, do you have your last 2 questions?
Yes, Wakili, usually after those high voltage, we finish on a more softer note on what we call high school questions. Unfortunately for you, I only have 2 questions left in my
the hardest ones.
No. They are quite doable. Which country is the largest producer of oil in Africa? "30 seconds.
I think it's Angola.
Let me try if I can manufacture one so that
Do you ask these questions just for kicks?
no, it's for general, just for general,
okay.
For general.
It's to sustain our high schoolers who are on holiday, so
Well,
that they can keep watching this.
Because everybody
Yes,
is
yes.
watching, so you have to.
Okay.
Let me ask you the one which I'm so sure you'll get. Which year did Nelson Mandela become the president of South Africa?
1994.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Kugwiria.
ICJ monitored that. Thank you.
We have come to the end of our interview, and I don't know whether you have any comment or final remarks or question in a minute, kindly.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I'd just like to thank you all of you for your attention, for your questions. They have stimulated me. I'd also like to say, especially to Mr. Misati, that if I offended, I'm very sorry. I'll humble myself and say I'm sorry. I don't think all political parties are shambolic, but I will make sure I send a copy of our report to you for your own perusal, and then you can come to a conclusion, an informed conclusion, because this is the work of very honest people. And the facts, we include the facts of our monitoring. And I don't want members of political parties everywhere to think that I think less of them. I was one of those who really fought for multi-party politics from the Moi era to the new era, and that therefore multi-party democracy is the space we want to be in. But we want to strengthen political parties so that those who are marginalized and everybody can also enjoy robustly participating in political party politics and activities. So thank you very much. I'm really honored, as I said, to be here. And God bless you.
Thank you very much. You have educated Kenyans out there, and you have represented yourself and many others very well today, and we are grateful for that. The gentleman who led you in will also lead you out, and he will be bearing your certificates. Please pick your notebook and the pen, and if you so wish to take water also, please do so. Thank you, and blessings to you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bless you. Karibu. Thank you. Christine, where are you? Members of the Fourth Estate, as we come to the end of today, just to let you know that tomorrow we shall have only 3 interviewees. This is owing to the fact that 2 of the candidates we have interviewed today were supposed to come tomorrow. And we asked them to come today because one candidate scheduled for today we interviewed on Monday. That was Joy Mdivo. And one other candidate, Council Katwa Kigen, expressed his desire to withdraw from the process. And so we had to use this space with one of the candidates. And then one of the candidates for tomorrow also has withdrawn from the process, Professor Margaret Barasa or somebody. Yeah. So tomorrow we shall have 3. So we hope that we'll begin at 8 and finish by lunchtime. So thank you very much for your time, and we do appreciate your time and for enabling Kenyans to follow this process. Thank you very much. Blessings to you.